Good evening, everyone. We're going to start at 7 o'clock. Just coming down from an executive session, so I apologize for the delay. Thank you. 7 o'clock. Okay, thank you so very much. The time is 7:01. 7:01. Madam Clerk?
34,250, just,
All right, Madam Clerk, we're about to start.
yeah, but, and 59, so it's another, yeah, I do math quick in my head. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
The time is 7:01. We're about to start our city commission meeting, our regular city commission meeting for Tuesday, July 15th. Madam Clerk, can you please read the roll?
Commissioner Florimon? Here. Commissioner Jean?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Present.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Present.
Commissioner Sue?
Present.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Here.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
I am here.
You have quorum, sir.
Next is invocation, Pastor
Mr.
Eric.
Mayor, a moment of personal privilege, please.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to apologize to everybody here and those that are listening at home. There was an executive session that could not wait. It was supposed to be done in the middle of the previous meeting. I'm shaking because I'm sorry you had to wait. I apologize. We are here because of you, and you certainly did not deserve to wait an hour, but it was something that time-wise, it couldn't wait. So I appreciate you. I'm grateful for you, and I'm hoping you'll forgive us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we echo the same sentiments to the commission. Next is invocation, Pastor Ariel Vasquez, Third Day Church, North Miami Beach.
Thank you. What an honor. What an honor it is to, before we start the meeting, to pray.
All right.
The Bible says, seek first the kingdom of heaven and his righteousness, and everything else shall be added. So that's what we do this before we start. We just want to seek God's wisdom, and that it may be poured in this place, and that we receive his great blessings. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this moment. As we start this meeting, we put you first, that you will govern, that you will give wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to the mayor, commissioners, into the staff, into this great city of North Miami Beach. Bless this city. We thank you for what you're doing and what you're going to continue on doing. And we pray that there will be one accord, one spirit, and one alignment, that we will all go forward and seek the best for each and one of us. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Vasquez. Next is Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we'll go. Madam Clerk, can you please, we'll go to number 4 because I know we have a presentation regarding from our commission conference, but can you do we'll do it after 4. Do we have any requests, withdrawals, deferments, or additions, please?
Okay. Under presentations, item 5.2, which is titled Special Presentation Recognizing Mario Diaz, that is to be deferred to a future meeting date. Per the manager's request, item 9.17 under consent is to be withdrawn, and that item is for approving a change order to the contract with Spry Point Services, Inc. for billing and customer service modernization services. Per the request of Commissioner Smuggler, under the discussion, item 15.2, which is titled Health Insurance Renewal, that is being requested to be moved up and heard before the consent agenda. Under the consent agenda, item 9.4, per the request of Commissioner Smith, that is being requested to be pulled from the agenda, and that item is titled Approving Contract with Multiple Vendors for the Purchase and Installation of Office Furnitures.
Which number again?
That was item 9.4 under consent, resolution number 2025-73.
Oh, that's
A request for an item to be added titled TPS Community Project. This is being sponsored by Vice Mayor Chernoff and Commissioner Smuggler and also
all the others too.
Mayor and commission. So
right. We decide.
It's
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Chernoff and myself
And
have agreed to do it all
Mayor
together
Commissioner.
as one.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner
Okay.
Chernoff.
Noted. That request is going to be heard under legislation, which will now be item 11.7. A copy of that resolution were all left in your respective areas. Mr. Mayor, also under the discussion per the city manager's request, item 15.4, titled Budget Update, that will also be withdrawn from this agenda.
All right, thank you so very much.
Mayor.
Yeah. Do you,
Sorry, I need to move some items. I haven't mentioned that yet. May I? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so 9.2 is the minutes. I need to move that for discussion. And then we have move 9.13 to the legislation. 9.13.
What is that?
I just have a question. It's about the traffic calming manual. I wanted to know if,
Okay, we're
Yeah.
going to move it up.
okay.
and then we have,
Okay.
I have item 9.23, which is 159th Street. I have some amendments that I'd like to propose. And I believe, Madam Clerk, you have it, right?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I would like Madam Clerk to tell me what the health insurance, what did you say? You're going to take it out of discussion and make it of something to vote?
It's being requested to be heard before the consent agenda.
Okay.
Oh, it's still up for
Yeah, but it's
discussion.
coming
Okay, perfect.
All right. Yes, Mr. City Attorney.
And Mayor, the item Carl Anderson versus City of North Miami Beach, discussion and possible action, we're going to pull that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 911, I want to see if you can move that to legislation.
What one's that one about?
That was the Merchant Business Association program.
Okay, thank you.
Legislation. All right. Do I have a motion?
I just have a question, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't all these pulling and moving around have been told to the clerk first?
Yeah, it should have. I don't know why it's happening. Well, we'll.
Well, the reason it's happening is because we need to come back with the process and procedures so that it'll just make everything much smoother.
No. I like I said, I'm working with the city attorney as well as the city manager to resolve that. So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
as amended, can I have a motion in a second?
May I have the,
Respond to just briefly to Commissioner Smucker. Commissioner, where possible,
Microphone.
and that's occurred. Where possible, and that's occurred in some of these cases, if someone knows in advance, it is absolutely the best practice to notify the clerk and have it noted on the agenda that someone wants to do that. However, it would be difficult when you have a consent agenda to not permit a member of the commission who wants to discuss an item to have that right, and it should happen right after consent agenda. So we should try for that, but you do have rights. Each of you have individual rights as an elected official.
Mr. Mayor, when you prepare that procedure, working with the attorney and the clerk, would you also prepare about who's presenting a proclamation or who's presenting something? Yes. Many of the things that come forth should really be from the mayor and all the commissioners. If we're going to recognize former manager Diaz for a job that he did for the city, it should be from all of us.
Oh, I have no issue.
But it wasn't presented that way. So I'm just asking when you do that. I think having phone calls, can I be added, and having phone calls, of course everybody can add. We're all here to do it together. So maybe that should be something that should be part of your procedure.
So when he comes back at some other time, I would be more than happy to include all 7 of us on there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way it should be presented.
All right.
Okay, do I have a motion and second to approve? Commissioner Sue, with all due respect, hang on. Please, you haven't been recognized. Please. All right, I'm gonna make a motion and a second to accept the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Now we're gonna go.
I would like the city clerk to repeat all the moves so that we're all clear. Last time, we had something on the consent agenda that we did not know about and we voted on, and by the time it was there, it was too late.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
to your point, you've added several items to this agenda. You've pulled certain items on this agenda. You've done stuff that you're speaking as criticism towards it. So that I understand your standpoint. We do have a packed agenda. I assume the clerk and I adhere to the clerk's standard and keeping record keeping. So I'll move forward in that because we really do have a busy agenda. That being said, there is a conference presentation we should have had. I think it's what is it called? The Hero Life Ring Initiative. Is she here? Yes, please come on up, please. Thank you.
And she's been very patient. She's been here since like 4:30.
Thank you.
And our apologies.
Let's go around. On our apologies. Right.
Yes, we did vote.
Yeah, we did vote. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. We're gonna do a presentation up here or come around?
No, she's doing a presentation.
Oh, we just doing. Oh, I thought we were coming around. All right, but go ahead. Sorry. Oh
No, sir. This initiative is something that I was looking at and became ideal about as far as the safety of our residents, Mayor and Commissioner, primarily in the Snake Creek Canal, but around the waterways in North Miami Beach. And I've invited Aiden's mom to come give you a presentation about what she has to offer us.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Commission, staff. I am Aiden's mom, the proud mom of Aiden Spencer Perry, 17-year-old high school junior who recently lost his life when he tried to save the life of someone else. Aiden and I were out walking our dog one evening when we witnessed a young driver lose control of his car and ultimately landed in the lake. When Aiden and I ran to the lake to try to offer help, my son had tied up my dog to a post, and when the driver opened the car door, my son answered his call for help the only way that he could, by jumping in. Unfortunately, when my son jumped in, his head hit a rock, he broke his neck, and my son died. The driver of the car also died in front of me. The words my son said when he gave me his phone, we were calling 911, "M, you talk to them," the last words my son ever said to me. It wasn't until losing my son that I realized that there was nothing available in such an emergency. As you can imagine, living through what I lived through, having my son die in front of me, is something that's forever changed my life. And I knew I had to do something about it in my son's honor. My son died a hero. He received the Carnegie Hero Award for his last, most selfless act. It is in his honor that I am here today. As president of the Aiden Perry Good Samaritan and Scholarship Fund and founder of the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative. In my son's honor, I created the initiative where we place life rings like the ones you see here in front of you with my son's hero image on it by bodies of water. So the next time there's a water emergency, there's something available that a Good Samaritan can use to save a life without losing their own life in the process. It is a well-known fact that even the best swimmer can be drowned in a water emergency by somebody who cannot swim. Way too many times, I can tell you, as I now sit on 2 task force, one for the state and one for the county. The numbers are staggering about the number of people who drown either trying to rescue somebody else or watching somebody who's in the water who can't swim and they have to watch that person drown. There's nothing else to do. That has to stop. So in Aiden's name, we created this initiative, and we started it in February of 2023. And I can tell you that since that time, through my foundation, I've donated over 500 of these Hero Life Rings. We started in Broward County. We are in Palm Beach County, Miami-Dade County, on a county and a municipal level. I recently got back 2 weeks ago from South Carolina. We're going national. Everywhere there's a body of water is a possibility of a water emergency happening. You can't predict where they're going to be, but you must be proactive. You have to be proactive to save a life. So by having one of our Hero Life Rings available, you can do just that. And what we do, the Life Rings, we have a partnership with Daytrix, the manufacturer. So through my foundation, we donate you the first Life Rings to get you started. We have partnerships worked out, so anything beyond that, we have at-cost pricing. And our message is throw, don't go. All of our rings have a sign like this that we go on top. You want to call 911, you want to get the first responders available. Then you simply take our rope, you throw it in, and you're able to rescue somebody. So by the time the first responders arrive, you've already saved a life, and the first responders, their work is done. So I'm here today to plead to you to help me continue my mission, to keep the promise I made to my son that night when he was already gone, but I promised him I would not let him be forgotten. I now live my son's legacy. Every one of these life rings that I put by a body of water increases the chances of continuing the work that my son started that night. It increases the chance of a life being saved. So I'm here tonight to hopefully have you join my mission to help me help you save lives in your community, make your waterways safer by installing Aiden's Hero Life Rings by your waterways.
An honor, an absolute honor, and I hope it's one of many we'll install.
But we're going to give you your first 10 free. Yes.
Thank you. And again, we apologize for the delay. Before I start, I want to go have my commission speak on this. Commissioner Smith, please.
I want to say that we have a woman here who lost a son almost 20 years ago to cancer. And she has become a national advocate for cancer research for children and to give children with cancer a better way of life with each other that they can play and enjoy even when they have IV. What you're doing for your son is bringing his life to save. How many did you, 500? We have no idea the count you're going to say.
We've already saved lives. I have it on video, and it's the most rewarding thing.
I mean, in his young life that he gave, he saved. So my heart breaks for you having children of my own, but I can't thank you enough to making us aware, because we've lost lives in our canal. We have. Where I live, 2 little boys lost their life a few years ago. So to make us aware, and please, I appreciate if you tell us her 10 are a beginning. If we need 10 or 20 more, let us know how many we need to make sure that Aiden's life was not given in vain. And bless you for coming and sharing it with North Miami Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank you for taking the time to come out and bring more awareness to water safety. Our thoughts and prayers to you and your family, and we will help in honoring the memory of your son. I just had one question. There is something similar that I've seen on the Cohen Bridge. Is that the same? Is it the same? It's the Cohen Bridge. Yes.
Yes, it's similar to that, sir. With Aiden Perry Foundation, they post it closer to the water, so it'd be posted on a wooden pole. Sorry, yes, ma'am. Sorry, it would be posted closer to the water. That one is posted on the fence to the park there. And what the Aiden Perry Foundation does is they show us how we're going to be posting them on wooden poles closer to the waterway to make it more accessible.
Okay. I thought that was just probably an initial.
Very similar to that, yes, sir. Very similar.
But it's not the same organization. No, sir. Okay. All right. So
to your point, that was Parks and Recreation posted that last year.
Okay.
Just for in cases of emergency, not the same, but we've met and we talked about working closely and
okay, good
together.
Good, because I remember years ago, one of the first unfortunately had to go visit a family along with then Commissioner, now Mayor Joseph, just to show some support for a child who had lost his life at that very bridge. And so it's happened so many times in our community and our canal. We're happy to support whatever we can do. We're here to support. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
May I ask how much it costs for one set?
Yes, so the first 10 we give you, and then beyond that, anyone you purchase, we have an at-cost price from Datrix, the manufacturer of the life rings, which is $60. These are the same exact life rings that they sell to freightliners, cruise lines, commercial vessels. They come with a lifetime warranty. The signs, they're $34.50 if you go through our partnership we have with Broward Signs. If you have your company in your city can get it for a better price, you can use that. And our company can personalize them, put your city logo on them, and any other verbiage you want at no additional cost. Beyond that, if you put a traditional wooden post, which is like the one most cities and counties use, it's about $10. It's a 6-foot wooden post that goes into the ground 2 feet and sticks out of the ground 4 feet. Beyond that, it's a bag of concrete. And depending on where you put the life ring, if you put it parallel to a body of water, we recommend 50 feet of rope. It's $10 per 50 feet. If you have an inlet or a bridge or something where it's a drop down, we recommend $150 within 100 feet, and it's double the price for that. But you purchase that all on your own. So if you buy it in bulk or through your city, or even if your parks or public works has a wooden post, or some of the cities have transferred to the metal post, you can use that as well. And other than that, it's just a hook. So it's under $100 per ring. And then usually it's a collaborative effort with Parks, Public Works, and the Parks Department as far as the installation of them, depending on where you all decide to put them.
And then you also collect funds to donate to other organizations.
Yeah, so we are the Aiden Perry Good Samaritan Scholarship Fund, a 501c3. Our main purpose, we help students in need on their academic journeys with scholarships and everything that you can imagine. Through that is the foundation. So yes, we do accept donations because we are a nonprofit.
All right, so through my contingency fund, I'd like to get 10 for our city. No, well, I'm just telling you what I'm doing, but if everybody else wants to do it, or if we want to do it, but regardless, I'm still going to do it out of my contingency fund. And out of my personal fund, I'd like to give you another 10 to give to
Thank you so much.
organization. So
Thank
if you
you.
could please get my information.
Yeah,
I'll give you my card.
Yeah, Commissioner, just so I'm clear, so the first 10 they donate is the ring. We still purchase the other items, the rope, the post, the signs. So I just want to be clear, are your 10 for the additional needs of her first 10, or you're saying 10 more rings?
10 for our city, and I'm going to give her on my own.
And whatever you're missing from the contingency, whatever you need, let's make it 20 for sure from our city.
20 for 20 for around our city.
Between
in
her and
total.
I.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much for being here, your bravery, your presentation, everything. I just want to thank you for that, for being here, and also Captain and PD for bringing this to our attention. I wanted to also ask, as it relates to citywide, can we make an assessment to what we may need for a city our size, and maybe the commission can sponsor something where we can all kind of do a collective scope of the work, all the pieces, all the things to really make our city equipped for something like that, a full-on program.
You're going to tell us how many you need, right? You're going to do the research on how many to do the canal, even Eastern Shores, wherever they're needed.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to do an assessment and give you a rough estimate of how much we think that we could use.
Because whatever isn't covered, we'll make sure it's in the budget next year so that we are covered. Thank you.
Sue?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your strength and turning that tragedy into an opportunity for other people to not have that same situation happen. I'm thinking of how can we advertise this to more residents so that they know how to use this and what it's used for, and so on and so forth. Because a lot of times you see these things and you think it's only for like the law enforcement or the lifeguards. So I'd like
to your point, there is something more that we do. So what we do when we do have the installation to honor the initiative, you have a dedication ceremony to announce that they're officially in service. And what we do is we have you all come, you invite the first responders, the community, and make it a learning experience. We have either someone from the fire department, Coast Guard, or lifeguards do life-ring demonstrations. And you usually, most of the cities who do it, they take a video, they share it on their social media, on your website, and letting the community know that they're there and the why. And then what I do as part of you joining Team Aiden and be part of your city, when you have your night outs or your water safety events in April, we come through my foundation, we bring our setup, we bring a lot of life rings, we give demonstrations for the community, because to your point, it's very important that people, they see them there, they understand the why. We make it clear these are emergency device, it's not a toy, it's something to be used to save a life. And I can tell you the community loves it. We encourage from the youngest child to grandma, grandpa to use it, because anybody can use it to save a life.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chernow.
So sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
It's got to be something that you're never going to forget, and unfortunately, I'm sorry that you have to deal with it. Mr. Manager, I would like to do a proactive campaign to our whole city, because we have lakes, we have canals, we have the Snake Creek Canal, we have the Fingers and Eastern Shores. I think every homeowner should have it in their backyard that lives on water. Who knows when a tragedy could happen? Why wouldn't you do it?
Well, that's where you can help me because, like I said, it takes a village. So what I do, I work with the cities and the counties, the municipalities, and those lakes in the backyards in those communities are private property. And I need your help by them seeing the lead that you're going to set for them to follow, to inspire them to come into their HOAs. I have no problem meeting with the HOAs, but because it's private property, I have them in the lake in my community as HOA president. I had a meeting, I got it approved, and they're in there. It was easy. But once they see it and you set the example, maybe put out a little educational program of the importance and the why, invite them to our groundbreaking ceremony, and hopefully inspire them, and hopefully they'll follow your lead.
Jasmine, you here? We need you to help promote this.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Smith?
Just real quick, I think the demonstration needs to be on social media and played constantly, and so that not everybody comes when you have that kind of ceremony. I always tell the people that do come, please tell your neighbors that couldn't come, but it's not enough. And you know what Commissioner Chernoff just said, Vice Mayor Chernoff just said, we have a little body of lake that people don't even know. Pickwick, and we have half a Sky Lake with a big lake people don't even know. So when you make those assessments, if you can see where there's public access, what we have control over, that's where we want to also include it.
Yes, ma'am.
Where there's public access. Bless your heart for taking your loss and giving the rest of the world a gain.
Thank you for your support. I can't do this on my own, and it's my goal to make this even bigger than here. So bigger than Florida, because I believe everywhere there's a body of water, there should be one of our life rings or a life ring there. So thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on discussion is 5.1, hurricane preparedness. Chief? Panias. Thank you, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We have a video prepared for you from the PD, but just briefly want to remind the residents to please obviously be prepared, be informed, be proactive, use the police department as a resource if you're not sure about anything. Just keep up to date, follow us on our social media platforms. We will be putting out, along with the city, any potential storms could impact South Florida and our city, so please stay tuned to that. With that, turn your attention to the screens and please play the video.
Hi, I'm Officer Laura Gonzalez from the North Miami Beach Police Department. I'm also the lead coordinator for the City of North Miami Beach Emergency Operations Center. Hurricane season runs from June 1st through November 30th. What I want to know is, are you ready? It's important to be prepared and have an emergency plan in place. Here at the City of North Miami Beach, we have been preparing to assure our communities remain safe during a storm. As the season approaches, here are a few tips to help you prepare for a storm. Gather essential supplies such as non-perishable food, bottled water, working flashlights, and prescription medications. Prepare your homes by checking that all window and door shutters are easily accessible, trees are trimmed, and outdoor items are properly anchored. Have an evacuation plan for your family and your pets. During a hurricane, follow official warnings, remain calm, and stay inside. Do not drive, but if you must, do so carefully and stay away from flooded streets. As always, call 911 if needed for emergency assistance. You will find more information on Miami-Dade County's website, www.miamidade.gov/hurricane, and the City of North Miami Beach website, www.citynmb.com. Stay informed by following the City of NMB and NMBPD social media accounts, and by downloading the NMBPD mobile app for real-time updates. From all of us here at the City of North Miami Beach, we want to make sure you are ready for hurricane season.
Chief, did you have anything else? Okay, where are we at? Hold on.
Public comment.
Public comments. Madam Clerk, can you please call the citizen?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. Please exercise towards everyone. And our first signed speaker is Whitney Pedotti. Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor, commissions, residents of the city of North Miami Beach. My name is Whitney Pedotte, reside in Lazul residency. As Secretary of Centennial Committee, I'd like to make a proposal and ask Commission to add a event to the timeline. It is a barbecue/block party to represent or celebrate the 100 years of celebration of the city of North Miami Beach. The three proposed location is behind City Hall between the block, Snake Creek behind the library, or at Ford Fountain, where that's one proposed. Since we are in budget season, I would like to allocate some funds for a barbecue or block party for that, since we only have 2 events. And really, our task force/committee is hijacking certain events throughout the year, but I propose to add an additional event depending on sponsorships, who's donating funds to the city, to make sure that we have some, some marketing visibility for celebrating for NMB 100 years. Second topic I would like to discuss is regarding, I would like to invite all of the commissions to Public Utility Commission Board. Usually is 1 week before the actual commission board. There's a lot of information to digest, and I believe the NMB water team is working very hard to put NMB water in the right directions. I know they have some big plans. And because there's a lot of information, I would like to invite everybody to come upon the actual commission board and listen in, because there's a lot of information and there's a lot of finance. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask one of the PUC commissioners or the chairman or a utility director. And then I believe our last point, I like as a concerned resident, is what is our CIP master plan for the city? Not utilities or on the utility side, but on the public works side versus Parks and Rec. I see a CIP dashboard, but I don't see a CIP plans. And when it's come to getting some grants, especially from the state, you must have a CIP plan in place to get, money encumbered. And I believe that's all.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for taking time to take a call. Next speaker, thank you.
Daniel Pierre, and then Bruce Lamberto.
Yes, I would like to say hello to every commission who's there. Anyway, my name is Daniel Pierre. My address is 15240 Northeast 10 Court. So, tonight, I am here tonight for one reason. So every time I'm coming here to the mic, I'm always talking about the same thing. Always, because I need help. Something have to be done. Every time I'm coming here, I'm coming for the same reason. Something have to be done. So where I live in, I never see something like that by the way the people driving. Just that they driving, just like you live in I-95. Those people, they don't care. They don't care. You got a kid, they drive any kind of way they want. But only way I see you could help me, because I remember last 3 or 4 months, I almost got killed. But I really said that before. The guy come in my gate, almost killed me. So, okay, I keep coming here for the same reason. What I ask for the speed bump. That's what I come in here. That's what I ask. Everybody come into my house. Daniel, something have to be done. You know, sometimes the people, they don't want to come in here. Sometimes they say, well, when I come in here, the commission not going to do anything, so that's a waste time. I say, it's not true. If you don't come in here to tell what you get in your neighborhood, this commission, they cannot know everything what's going on. You here to bring the thing to the city hall, let them know what you deal with it. So I cannot deal with that anymore. I need help. I need those things to be done. Please, please. But if I could do it by myself, I could do it by myself. I spend my own money, I could do it. But it's not that, because I am the resident. So anything happen to the city, I am always there. Whatever the election, I'm here, I'm vote, I do my job. Why? The little thing like that, when I need help, especially in that neighborhood where I live, people, they don't come into the meeting because they say nobody not going to listen to them. They don't do anything. But everything going to east. But this time, I will let something done in my neighborhood. Why I cannot do? They speed bump. So that's why I'm coming here. Because anyway, last week you don't see me because I lost my brother.
Oh, sorry.
That's the reason you don't see me.
Sorry for your loss.
So anyway, please, guys, do something for me. All right? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I know McHenry's here, and Public Works, so please reach out to Mr. Pierre. That being said, can I?
Mayor, can I?
Yes, Vice Chair. Vice Mayor.
Banner, this is why when Corleen came up to us and said where traffic circles should be or speed bumps or whatever, that there's so many other opportunities in our city for them. So we need to take these addresses down and investigate them and definitely do something. We can't have them keep coming back with the same thing.
Well, to the point of the manager, I know this has been investigated several. Ms. McHenry, can you come up? Because this has been going on. I want to make clear to the residents, to everyone, that this is not something that, I know Mr. Pierre has come here several times, but if Ms. Henry can elaborate, thank you, Mr. Pierre, for your, thank you. Can you elaborate what has happened to mitigate the issues that Mr. Pierre has brought up? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, City Attorney. Yes, we have met with Mr. Daniel Pierre at his home. He has a urgent, dire need for traffic calming measures, and which kind of justifies why we are introducing the resolution to bypass the 2/3 consensus. He has had vehicles crash into his fence. It's and quite a few near misses. In this particular situation, this would be a perfect example as to why we need that resolution to really help our residents.
This is on here tonight.
Yeah, that was the item that was pulled from consent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Through
That being, like I said, I'm just glad that we're moving forward with it. I don't want to delay it. Like we're gonna mitigate those issues in a subsequent meeting, just so we can have a more productive meeting. But Commissioner Smith, because I know we have a
real fast, I just want him to know that repeatedly, I have mentioned yours. When anybody else, I said, what about 211th? What about 211th? I mean, 11th Avenue Court, 11th Court. But we're having legislation, as he says, to hope to give teeth, because traffic calming has a problem with the city making the decision. The county is involved and they need a traffic study, and the traffic study doesn't always go your way. So we have legislation tonight. If it passes, they'll be able to do what you need in your home, hopefully.
It's been pulled.
It's been pulled, but it's
No, but it's pulled for, it's just put, it's for discussion.
Discussion.
But it
It's
still could
discussion.
get.
So, but that being said, sorry, Commissioner Smith, you finish up the thoughts. I'm sorry.
No, it could still get 7 votes. We're going to discuss it, but tonight, it's on the agenda. It might not be till 2:30 in the morning, but I'll call you.
No, we're gonna try. We're gonna do our best.
It's not going to be at 2:30.
No, we'll do our best. Thank you so very much, Public Works Director. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Bruce Lamberto.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Bruce Lamberto. Last week, we had the Public Utilities Commission, and all these items that you see on the agenda tonight for your approval, we discussed them, and we feel they're greatly needed. We also heard from a consultant who investigated our system. We have a lot of water leaks. We're losing a lot of water and a lot of revenue. He recommended that we start getting on a program of replacing a minimum of 2% of our system every year to catch up to all these the maintenance that's needed, the underground maintenance. We have 551 miles of underground piping. 2% of that is 10 miles, so it's still a substantial amount. The commission voted to recommend that we spend at least 1%. We allocate funds for at least 1%, just to get started. But this needs to be an ongoing program for every year on an annual basis. So I'm hoping that you would also consider that recommendation in the future. I'm sure it'll come up on maybe in the next agenda to approve this allocation of funds to improve the underground. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Leslie Sardinia and then Ruth Ogan.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm very sick, and I just arrived last night from Atlanta. My dog is pretty sick, so I'm here because I think it's very important. Last month, I said, at least you're not going to Vegas. And for some reason, it was on the last item that
state
night.
your name for the record.
Leslie Sardinia, Eastern Shores. And for some reason, it was on the last item that night about your trip to Japan. I know you have $10,000 at your discretion yearly, but why wouldn't you be putting your money back into the city for the elderly, the children, the parks, or the life preserver donations that were just presented to us tonight? North Miami Beach is not Japan. It's not ever going to be Japan. I mean, we've got a long way to go before we're Japan. On the city and the cleanliness and all of the things we're doing, we're just not doing what we should be doing for our city now. Going to Japan, excuse me, Michael Joseph, Mayor, if you please. Going to Japan is not something that the city needs to be doing right now with the money. We need more parks, we need more things for schools. Speaking with commissioners since the last meeting and hearing what has transpired with different things, money's getting moved around without anyone knowing is unbelievable. You need to implement the budget control resolution for transparency and accountability that all received many emails from your constituents in regards to this matter. But who responded? I had a few that did respond. Can you all be transparent and not just a few transparent? When your constituents send an email, it'd be nice to get a return reply. One of the things that the city needs are speed bumps on 164th Street in particular. I saw Public Works placing cones out showing where the speed bumps were going to go, and we were all very happy to finally see that was going to come. And now it's been tabled, I don't know if that's the correct word, because it needs another study. How many studies, how many consultants do we need? How many studies to stop the speeding on 164th Street? I know you guys have gotten a lot of emails from people on 164th and the side streets, but not too many responses. The transparency is non-existent. You don't feel the need to be for some reason? I don't know, but you need to be transparent. You need to speak to your constituents. We're the reasons why you're up there.
Next speaker.
Ruth Ogan.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. I'm here today to express concern over the proposed $450,000.
Please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Ruth Ogan, Sunray East. Your proposed $450,000 expenditure on new office furniture. While I understand the need for upgrades, I urge you to consider, is this the right time? I just came back from 3 weeks in Ormond Beach, north of Daytona, with a population of about 45,000 people, similar in size to North Miami Beach. I did not see any buildings with graffiti or any signs that needed updating. It was a pleasure to drive around town. North Miami Beach still has outdated, broken, wayfinding signs throughout the city, signs that residents and visitors see on a daily basis, and that reflects on our city's image. With our centennial year approaching, shouldn't we prioritize how North Miami Beach presents itself to the public? Before spending nearly $500,000 on internal improvements, let's invest in the visible, public-facing aspects of our city. Let's fix what the public sees first. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Maria Hawk.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mara Hawk. I live in this city, and today I would like to address the trip to Japan and other issue. It amazed me that on campaigning time, there are so many promises made to us. However, as soon as you are hired to represent us, everything shifts. On this note, I ask that what is the purpose of this trip to Japan? And please tell us how this trip represents us dollar for dollar. I will highly ask that you all review with the fairness the city's residents deserve everything that has been approved since you are occupying those chairs. We fight before for the things that are surfacing again. So we are prepared to do it again. Please do not use the tax money for the trip to Japan. And if you must, please bring proof on how you spent that money. On another note, I really do not appreciate that on our last commission meeting, after Ms. Christina Snellgrove and other residents, including me, the mayor instructed our police to stop and mute our clap or the gesture that people were making. On those public comments, Ms. Snellgrove, as well as others, were civil and respectful. All the comments were based on facts. The opinions were not rude. There were no yelling or obscene language. If it's okay to single out a mayor or a commissioner that do a particular good thing, it's equally acceptable to single out those that represent me that don't do a particular good thing. In fact, it's my free speech right to address my representatives in any manner I choose, as long as it's factual, in my opinion, and most importantly, if it is not threatening.
15 seconds.
I resent any show of this dictatorship on this city. I resent the use of our police force to stop us from clapping or our right of speech. But the good news is we weren't stopped from speaking. Should that day come, I assure all of you, our city will be in the news again, because free speech is our right in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Trisha Harris and then Kathleen Josham.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tricia Harris. I'm here from Highland Village. And there is something on the agenda for this evening regarding two 10-story buildings and a parking garage. And the residents of Highland Village are concerned with the exiting of Highland Village. When we add this, I believe it's 293 more apartment complexes to the Highland Village area, as to we are already having issues with getting out of Highland Village now, with the new building that's going up and all the parking that is on the swales. And when a UPS parks on the side of the street closest to the building that was built a few years ago, it blocks the traffic, and we're having to wait to get in and out. And now we're going to be opening up 139th Street to a 10-story complex. And we're just worried about having the proper ability to get in and out of Highland Village. A lot of residents have asked me about it. I really don't know anything about this project other than when I saw the signs go up. And with the construction, now we have a construction at the very front of the 130 Highland Drive, where we're having to go over a metal bump. Today they dug up an area by Roland Valou's house, which is on the cusp of 20th and Highland Drive, and now we're having to go over another bump, which does not have the seal going down. I don't know if they're finished because they started today, and people were complaining that when they go over it, it's loose, it makes bumps. So that's two of the things that I was going to bring up. The other thing is I want to invite everybody to our back to school event that's coming up soon. We're working very hard on a great event, and I want to thank everybody for everything that you guys do for us. And my other thing is, I recently visited Chicago. I rode a train, I rode buses that really work. I mean, they really, really worked, because I'm a person that would not step on a bus in Dade County. And I'm telling you, Chicago on time. If it says it's supposed to be there at 7 o'clock, it's there at 7 o'clock. 7:15, 7:20, it runs every 20 minutes. I wish Miami-Dade County could get it together, because it really does work. And I would actually take one, but I wouldn't take it in Dade County right now. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ketley Josham.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Ketley Joachim, and I reside in Ulita. I want to thank you all so much for what you did for the family of John Philom this evening. Miss Agnes was really pleased about it, so thank you. Now, I want to talk about Resolution R2025-96, R2025-97. I am hoping that tonight you all finally make a decision when it comes down to these traffic calming situation in North Miami Beach. It is very important. We have children out there, we have elderlies that walk, and some of these sidewalks, I'm not sure anymore. But definitely 174, 175th, all throughout the city, you either find potholes or outdated streets. And all we keep hearing is Miami-Dade County, Miami-Dade County. But we need to do also our due diligence and make sure that we keep our residents safe. So we need for you to make a decision about traffic calming. Some of the funds that you all are spending elsewhere could be spent about putting some good traffic coming into North Miami Beach, especially with this centennial happening in a few, well, I guess next year, in a few months. I think that you all need to notify your resident of what's happening, because not all of them are aware that the city is going to be 100 years old and you have activities happening. So please make sure that you, if it wasn't for Commissioner Lensu and others who have alerted some members of the city, we would have never known that this was happening, that there was a board or anything else happening. So I made the time to go in one of these meetings last week. Also, please start these meetings on time. My mother is 102 years old. So she's on borrowed time right now. I could do better with my time than sit here an hour and a half, 2 hours waiting on this body to come and start these meetings. When we, the resident, take the time to come here, it is a hardship. Some people leave work, some people leave other things they have to do in order to come here. So please be mindful of this, especially the times that we are living in these days, because no one's sure what's gonna happen. So please make sure you start these meetings on time so we could go home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer, and then Mr. Kazan.
Good evening, Barbara Kramer. You know, I wasn't going to speak tonight. I figured he needed a good break from me. But thanks to the mayor and his snarky facial expressions, because one of his colleagues pulled the consent agenda because perhaps they want better clarification or to add something to the resolution, I'm up here. You all are here for a reason. Collaboratively, you'll do better. But I don't see that happening. The consent item regarding the trip to Japan was walked on to the agenda last month, rushed through a vote that in reflection doesn't seem accurate and should be revisited. So if it's okay, Mayor, for you to do that, so it is okay for a colleague of yours to pull important city matters, especially about traffic, to the dais for discussion. And while you're tripping to Japan and looking to spend almost $500,000 on furniture for the city, consider what our city looks like. The sign code in our commercial district is not adhered to. We redid it. We made people over 10 years ago remove their signage because it was over 25% of the storefront. And we made them do it, but we've done nothing since. Our street signs, our wayfinding signs are so dated and so dilapidated. We have not rebranded our city in decades, yet here we are, 15 months away from our centennial. I really hope you all will consider and take more pride in the way our city looks. These buildings with the graffiti on them, again, are cracked. I want you all to observe these signs. They're cardboard, okay? They were temporary signs. The old ones from the 80s are cracking and faded, and they're just so ugly. I don't have a better word for this. It's embarrassing. And we need to take more pride in our community. 100 years is just around the corner. We need to show something for it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mr. Kazan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. It is so important to speak into the mic. I tell everybody over the years, speak into the mic or your votes would not be counted. So the last meeting, I looked at an 80-inch screen, YouTube, saw this meeting, June 17th, 2025, at about 3 hours into the meeting, when that consent agenda came up on the Japan vote, I call it the Japan vote, and I only saw 3 people moved their mouth One sung it into the mic. That was the mayor. The other two, they moved their mouth, and I figured, yeah, they said aye. Two did not move their mouth for either aye or opposed. And three moved their mouth for opposing. Kind of like that vote failed. The Japan vote failed. The entire consent agenda failed. And that is what you've been doing all the while. You've been playing big. I think I had to correct the city attorney tonight. He had like the phone about the mic about 3 feet away. Can you speak into the mic? He came in like 1.5 feet away and still couldn't hear him properly. It is important that you speak into the mic. Don't play big. I'm talking about big, Mr. Mayor. You choose to be the liaison for the PUC meeting, the Public Utilities Commission meeting, and for the entire year, you have not come to one meeting. Give it to somebody else who is more important. I think you had it, Commissioner Chernoff. He was coming to every meeting. If you can't make it, give it to somebody else. Don't play big. And then you have clapping. I heard at your conference, you were clapping. Why prevent us from clapping? Why turn the police department against the people? The police department and us, we support each other. But when you use your position to turn them against the people, then there's a division in the community. Street comment, we need to discuss that because you want to force it, that you can put your comment wherever about the place. But I'll tell the people tonight, that came from the CITT funding, where street comment's supposed to be. And we collected for the last 20 years or so, over $60 million. $60 million. And guess what? Most of that went to a trolley that is very much underutilized. And you say that 10,000 people a month use the trolley. You never went to one of those mega churches. That holds like about 10,000 people. So if you can compare the paltry lot of people that travel in that trolley and you claiming that 10,000 people use that trolley, I've got a bridge to sell you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last time speaker.
Okay. We'll move on to the next agenda item, announcements, Madam Clerk. Public announcements. Communications.
Yes, hello. My name is Jasmine Joseph. Go ahead and take it away, AV. We have. Hello, residents of the city of North Miami Beach. We're excited to invite you to a series of upcoming community events designed just for you. Here's what's happening in your neighborhood. Kicking off the month of July, National Parks and Recreation Month. Let's build together and play together. July 17th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., Farm Share Drive-Through Food Distribution at the Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center. Walk-ups are welcome too. Supplies are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. July 22nd, 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Reminder to residents with appointments confirmed on-site DMV services at the Julius Littman Performing Arts Theater. Due to high demand, July 25th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Honorable Dario Fernandez Miami-Dade County Tax Collector Mobile Office will be on site at City Hall in partnership with State Representative Wallace Aristide. Open to seniors July 16th through July 23rd, and open to residents and the public July 23rd to July 25th. Don't miss this convenient opportunity. Also happening on July 25th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., Senior Luncheon, sponsored by the esteemed Jackson Health System at the McDonald Center. July 26 at 1 p.m., the Peruvian Cultural Celebration at the North Miami Beach Library. Come and enjoy the festivities. Happening July 27th, 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., and also August 12th from 4:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. UMC Free Mobile Health Clinic. This mobile unit is offering completely free health services, no insurance, no appointment, and no costs. Clinics run monthly through December. After-school program registration begins July 28th for North Miami Beach residents and August 4th for non-residents. Make sure you visit citynmb.com/RecTrack. Happening August 5th at 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., National Night Out, located at the North Miami Beach Police Department, a community building event that promotes police-community partnerships to make our community safer. Happening August 6th from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., free community Zumba at Ulita Park Community Center. An energetic, fun-filled workout for all fitness levels that brings neighborhoods together through dance and movement. Happening on August 12th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., school supplies giveaway and health fair. Pre-registration is required, located at the Yes Center. August 13th, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., 151st Street Station Visioning Workshop number 2, focused on environment and development. Your voice, your vision, your future. Trans Hub on the way. NMB residents, it's budget season. Important dates to remember. August 7th, Budget Workshop number 1. August 26th, Budget Workshop number 2. September 8th, Public Hearing number 1. September 25th, Final Public Hearing number 2. That is the conclusion of the events for July and August. North Miami Beach residents, we look forward to seeing you there. Let's connect and celebrate community together.
I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Communications. We haven't had that in a very, very long time, and thank you for giving a presentation. I'm sure that's going to play on repeat on Channel 77.
Yes, we are. Thank you to Jason Hope, who helped us put this together in a short period of time, and we hope that we refine it through the next commission meeting.
Commissioner Smucker.
No, and welcome back, Jason. We're so happy to have you. So lucky to have you. Both of you, welcome back. So.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Good team. Next on the commission reports, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation, and for those who came up and spoke during public comment. Thank you so much as well. Just want to ask if do we have any understanding about the I've been hearing about an item that's supposed to be presented tomorrow at the county commission. I don't know if there's any particular understanding about that from management or from our staff.
No, the update was sent by
it was already sent out?
Yeah, it was sent by email.
Okay, I didn't see that.
And because of like the sensitivity of it all, like that's why it was.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, I appreciate that. I was just listening to our public comment, and the reality is that we have a big opportunity up here to really come together, and I think that as it relates to some of our residents, I think there's a great opportunity to really collaborate. I don't think that we have to necessarily be adverse to one another, but we can all provide insight into really where our city is headed. I think that's something that's really, really important. We have to be efficient, and we have to get some wins for our municipality, especially going into this 100 years. Certain things I've heard about signage and things of that sort. These are things that I totally 100% agree on, because I remember when I came back after my 2010, and I saw the wayfinding conversation that I was having about 10 years prior still hadn't been still hadn't been realized. And so, now we're fast forward 6 years later. And so we have to get some more wins. And I think that beautification is definitely one of them. I'm happy to support what I saw in the CRA earlier. I know we're expanding on that conversation about how we're going to beautify 163rd Street from Golden Glades all the way to Biscayne Boulevard, the medians. And so signage and things of that sort that we can definitely work on to improve the beautification of our city is extremely important. So I value those comments that were made, and I hope that we all can work towards a collaborative effort to move our city forward. That's what we need, and that's what we should be doing. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean, sorry.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. I wanted to kind of piggyback off of Commissioner Florimon in reference to the centennial, and has the deck been prepared for sponsorship?
Yes, Commissioner, the deck has been prepared. Staff is prepared to have a conversation if we can get to it later in the agenda.
All right, because I also wanted to see if we can get synergy with the communications department and the CRA in reference to, the fund sharing that can happen there, and like we talked about, the banners that could potentially be put up within the CRA, and they can kind of share those costs. I wanted to thank the team that put together the hurricane preparedness. We had a lot of residents come out for that, and that was a very successful event. Also wanted to ask about the library outreach. I know we talked about that last commission meeting, having that joint meeting that talked about parking and potential development that the community is worried about. So I still haven't gotten an update about that. Also, ARPA. We've been, I've been talking to ARPA for about 6-7 months now, and we still don't have a comprehensive plan of how to fill in those opportunities, if you will. So looking for that as well. I know I heard the centennial timeline. Is that going to be shared with us this meeting?
Yes.
I want to give a big kudos to our procurement department and our parks and our public works department for putting out a great for the roundabout that's going to be I'm not sure if the cone of silence is on, so I can't talk about it per se, but thank you all for that. And with that, I want to definitely speak to our manager and our department heads. You are the backbone of this city, and without you, we can't function well. So I want to commend you all for keeping us moving forward, but I also want to challenge you guys to work closer together with this new team so that we can really find synergy, especially as we move forward together. What else? Sorry, guys. All right, the other thing I wanted to talk about as well is grants. There was a grant that I had shared with the team. Unfortunately, the grant deadline passed and we were not able to apply for it. We know we have a new grant department, so my ask is also that we get a full report of the grants that have been awarded, where we are, and when commissioners, my fellow colleagues, ask for grant funding, that people are actually actively looking for these grants, but also not allowing these deadlines to pass where these opportunities for funding are going down without us actively pursuing that. So thank you. That's my time.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, and thank you again, everybody, for your patience tonight. I explained why we had to be late, but it's still very discerning for all of us, including us up here. I want to say from day one, I have been talking about teaching your children to swim, that they have to learn how. My children at 6 months old were taught to grab a hold of the side. They call it drown-proofing infants. It's imperative. And accidents happen on top of it. But unfortunately, the man in the car, if he had only known how to swim himself and could have gotten out, that would have been 2 lives saved. I want to say that the problem that I see up here I want to share with you tonight. When you go to Sunny Isles, you go down Collins Avenue and you went to Sunny Isles. When you go to Aventura, you go around the circle and you went to Aventura. When you go to Miami Shores, you go from the bay to the expressway and you went to Miami Shores. North Miami Beach, you go 135th Street, on the east side, it's North Miami Beach. On the west side, it's North Miami. You come up 135th Street on Biscayne Boulevard and it becomes county. Then it becomes North Miami Beach. Then it becomes North Miami. Then it becomes the city again. You go into Sky Lake. Half of Sky Lake is North Miami Beach, but if you go east of 22nd, it's county. You go to Pickwick, it's the county. You go south of Pickwick, it's the city. South of there, it's the county. We are so divided. We're a very difficult municipality to get work done. I don't know if the answer is to work on one neighborhood, but the deterioration the public talks about, meeting after meeting, if you live here, you see it. You can't be blind to it. So we as the commission have to work stronger and harder to get funds, to get the right people to use the funds, and to make sure that this city starts to shine again. Economic development, we are trying to bring business here. We are trying to bring more revenue and more places for you as a resident to enjoy. And you know what? It's hard to get people to come right through the city and want to put their dollars here. So staff, administration, fellow commissioners, we have been talking about the benches that are sitting in warehouses since I was a young girl and I was learning how to wear skates. We've been talking about that. I got old and gray and we're still talking about the benches in the warehouse. Just things like that is a perfect example of we're not doing it right. And you know what? This time is to encourage you to have a safe summer, to have a healthy summer, to take care of each other, to make memories, because we never know what tomorrow brings. My God, I'm praying for the people that were flooding. Can you imagine to send your child to camp? And instead of picking them up in the car to take them home, you're picking them up in a coffin? I can't even turn on the TV. But together, we can all honestly do better. I hate to be a Debbie Downer. Is that what they call it? Maybe I shouldn't use anybody's name because we don't want to offend anybody. But you know what? We have to do better. The public is right. And I have to tell you, I will be too old to walk to the benches when the benches finally get installed so I could sit on one. We have got to start to move forward and move forward right, positive. So I'm addressing administration, I'm addressing staff, but I'm addressing us, including me. We have got to pass legislation. We have got to make the staff understand where the priorities are. The centennial's coming up. We're going to light flames and light the place up, and when they turn on all the lights, they're going to see the grime and dirt. Let's light it up and have them see the beauty. So I just thank you all so much.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Thank you. I know that in the announcements, they said that next week, Friday, that the tax collector, Dariel, was going to have his mobile clinic here. On Wednesday, it's not 100% set in stone, but it looks like it is happening. And if anybody's interested, please reach out to me or to Vice Mayor Chernoff. But next week, Wednesday, he will be at the Cow here in North Miami Beach. Vice Mayor Chernoff and I are working hard to have a cafecito with Dariel. So we look forward to having you all here for some cafecito. And also, the most important event of the year, other than the centennial celebration, the book back giveaway. On Tuesday, August 12th, well, I'm sorry, I said book bag, I meant book supplies. We give a lot of book supplies because book bags they can get anywhere. Everybody's giving out book bags. We're giving out book supplies, the school supplies. The kids really need these school supplies, and they'll always be used. So that is Tuesday, August 12th, and this is being done by the Commission of the Status of Women. And finally, I want to give my condolences to the family of David Lawrence Jr. for the loss of his beautiful twin granddaughters. He led the campaigns for the Children's Trust, and here in our city, in our library, we use so many services from the Children's Trust. I had the pleasure of meeting David Lawrence Jr. a few years ago, and I think I have his book at City Hall, and if anybody wants to read it, I'd be more than happy, if I still have it there, I'd be more than happy to lend it to them. It was a wonderful, his life story, it's really special. So our condolences to his family, and wishing everybody a safe summer, and as Commissioner Smith always tries to emphasize, that children need to learn to swim, and it's really important. So please make sure the children are learning to swim. I know my granddaughter was learning to swim at like 3 months already. So
If I
it's
could take a
important.
second of your time, did you explain that David Lawrence lost grandchildren in that flood?
Granddaughters, in the twin granddaughters.
He actually had 3 kids at the camp, an 11-year-old and the 2 7-year-olds.
His twin
and the 2
granddaughters.
7-year-old
Yeah.
were part of the tragedy.
In Texas.
Our blessings to him and his family and all the families.
Commissioner Sue?
Good evening, colleagues, residents, and staff. This evening, I want to use my commission report to speak candidly and transparently about matters that have weighed heavily on me for several months. As someone who ran on a platform of openness, collaboration, and ethical governance, I believe it is my duty to raise these concerns. While I would prefer to address them privately, our form of government requires us to govern in the sunshine. For that reason, I feel compelled to bring these matters to light, professionally and with great humility. Recently, I took the initiative to meet with a neighboring city's mayor and their administration. As a new commissioner, my intent was simple: to be the ambassador of goodwill, introduce myself, learn from others, and seek ways to strengthen regional collaboration. No policy decisions, no private deals, just professional outreach. Before the meeting, I was informed and invited the interim city manager to join me. He later called me and said that he would not attend, citing a legal opinion from our city attorney, Mr. Geller of Greenspoon Martyr, LLP, advising against it. That alone raised questions, but what followed was even more troubling. That same evening, I received a call from someone completely unaffiliated with our government. This individual somehow knew intimate details about my conversation with the interim city manager, internal legal guidance, unpublished resolutions, and even which commissioner I co-sponsored them with, none of which had been made public. So I must ask, why is someone outside this government privy to confidential legal matters? Where's the line between transparency and the breach of attorney-client privilege? How would someone not employed by the city have access to my schedule or internal communications? Is our city attorney sharing privileged information externally? And if so, with whom? If the answer is yes, it represents a serious breach of trust. At best, it compromises the integrity of our processes. At worst, I hesitate to imagine the implications. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated event. I've observed a broader pattern, one that raises concern about fairness, professionalism, and whether all commissioners are being treated equitably. Each of us was elected by our residents to represent their voices. That includes the right to place items on agenda and engage in legislative dialogue. Yet too often, my requests have been met with resistance, delay, and silence. Last month, I submitted my agenda items early, well ahead of the deadline. The city manager's office confirmed receipt and even identified staff support on each item. But when I followed up with the city attorney to ensure that they were moving forward, I was not met with collaboration, but with condescension and disrespect. Though Mr. Geller issued a public apology at our June commission meeting, the behavior reflected a deeper issue, a lack of respect, not only towards me as a commissioner, but towards the residents I represent. And let me be clear, if any one of you on this dais were treated that way, I would stand up for you, and I hope you would stand up for me. Consider another example. Commissioner Jean and I co-sponsored a budget resolution last month. She later chose to withdraw it. In anticipation that it might not return, I asked that my original version be placed on the agenda instead. It was ignored. Without explanation, discussion, acknowledgement of my role as a duly elected official. That silence spoke volumes. These are not procedural mishaps. This is a pattern with real consequences. When some commissioners are supported while others are sidelined, whether intentional or not, the result is the same: fractured trust and diminished morale. Residents have noticed, I've heard from many, and I'm sure you have too. Concern not just about policies, but about professionalism. Unanswered emails, offhand remarks, inconsistent standards, and the troubling perception that our city attorney at times act more like a legislator than a legal counsel. They've also noticed the tone of our meetings, the dismissiveness, the lack of engagement, the figurative and sometimes literal disengagement from someone expected to guide us with focus and integrity. We all came here to serve, to make a difference, to work with honor on behalf of the people of North Miami Beach. So I ask you, my colleagues, if your proposals were quietly dismissed, if your meetings were undermined, if private conversations were somehow made public, how would you feel? How would you feel respected, supported? Would you feel like your role as a commissioner was being upheld? I am not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for fairness, for professionalism, for transparency across the board. And as we head into our discussion later this evening, where I will share additional concerns related to the city attorney's office, I ask that we set politics aside, focus on what is right for this city. Let's reflect honestly. Are we treating one another with the same standards of respect and professionalism that we expect from those who serve us? Are we upholding the trust of our residents placed in us when they elected us to lead? Because the culture we allow is the culture we create. And tonight, we have a chance to raise that standard. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. And again, like my colleagues have said, we apologize for the lateness of starting the meeting. Mr. Manager, Assistant Manager, Deputy Manager, once again, I will ask what's happening with the tennis center. We have not heard it on this level in a long time, and I've been asking for it for 2 years for what's going on with that and keep getting stalled over and over again. I would like it to move forward, please.
Thank you. That's it?
I agree with.
I agree.
But there is something going on.
It's coming back, right?
Yeah, we're working on something right now.
When's it coming back?
60 days, I think. There was a time.
Yeah, but I believe it's coming back at the next commission meeting.
Yeah,
But that's not fast enough for me.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we need to address it, and it needs to be done now.
I agree.
And speed up the timelines, whatever you have to do. When before Mario left, he said the only thing we were throwing it back to the 7 that were applied and asking for the further for them to do their whole presentation. So where is it? That's my question.
Okay.
You don't have to answer.
Okay, so so because I want to finish up the commission conference because we have a long agenda, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I just want to move forward and have a speedy agenda because we have several items. We have a quasi-judicial.
That wasn't the only thing.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Centennial, a thought that the young man brought up forward about a barbecue. We used to do, many years ago, a barbecue in every neighborhood. We used to roll up this big thing, cook hamburgers and hot dogs, nothing more, and that got the neighborhood out. If that's what we need to do for the centennial, to get everybody out and give them shirts that say 100th anniversary or whatever, we're doing, then let's consider that. Okay, and then finally, I want to discuss the consent agenda. I don't know who puts together the consent agenda, how it's put together, and it needs to be really thought of, because when something is put on there that needs discussion, it needs to come off and get the discussion. And that's what our policy should be.
No, we are going to work on. That's something that we'll have based on this next meeting, I promise.
Well, and I understand, and again, it's back to the whole, do we have enough time? We don't, okay? I wish my colleagues, I would put this in your head for 2 meetings a month again, because I don't think any one of us is happy to get out of here at 12 o'clock at night.
No.
No, and let me finish. Okay, so I don't think that, and I don't believe that our business gets done at 11:20 or 11:30 at night. It's not fair to our residents. It's not fair to us who are also residents. So I would just please, consider it. And that's finally the farm share is this Thursday. Please join me.
Which you always champion. One thing I will say is this. The legislation, to finish up my report, has been forthcoming for quite some time. We have to tighten up our conference. I think if we tighten everything up, I think things will work out, because we were doing a good job. It's the consents that are coming in that we'll I'll put legislation to mitigate that and to do it the proper way. Because I think there's only been one meeting, and you can look at past tapes, that we really went over. But I believe that if we do the legislation, we allow staff to have some type of cutoff that saying this is what we'll have, I think that'll mitigate some of the issue. But I'll work out with the city attorney.
And one more thing. Mr. Manager, Assistant Manager, Deputy Manager, Attorney, thank you for getting the resolution together that we're going to hear tonight. You all worked tirelessly to do it, and I appreciate that, and Fortuna appreciates that, and everybody appreciates that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The TPS.
The TPS.
The TPS.
TPS,
Yeah.
what did I say?
You said TPS. Next item on the commission is consent. Please.
Mayor, are you
Yes.
going to do your report?
Yes, I'm finished my report. Yes, that's all I want to report, because I'm trying to move the show along. Go ahead.
So the next item is the health insurance, 15.
Oh yes, health insurance. That was moved on. Jacob, next. Thank you.
Phyllis, will you take mine?
No, we're doing the healthcare first. Yeah, because we have our Brown. I think Brown is here.
Oh, she didn't tell me that. Okay. She didn't tell me.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commission. Jacob Newman, Interim Human Resources Director. I'm joined today by Eric Brewer. There, better? I'm joined today by Eric Brewer, our Senior Benefits Consultant with the insurance broker, Corporate Synergies. Today we'll be presenting our 25-26 employee benefits summary and recommendations. Our broker has conducted a comprehensive review of the market and benefits, including evaluation of self-insurance options. Following review, the city has not placed its insurance out for bid, as we were able to obtain a competitive renewal from our current broker, Aetna. This carrier came through with a renewal rate that was supported by market data here in South Florida, as well as broader in the state. It included analysis of our claims history, as well as the premium to claims ratio. That is the amount that they spend on paying claims versus administrative and profit. And also it took into effect the employee satisfaction that we received in feedback through surveys. So while recommending renewal with Aetna, the options that we provide you today will allow for some level of cost sharing for our employees. So Option A is going to be no changes to the current plans that we offer. The plan design and contributions will continue similar as they are today, and this will result in an additional budget impact of the city of approximately $470,000. Option B is going to introduce increased member cost sharing that reduces the cost of the plans. There's an estimated budget impact of $374,000 in doing so to the city. That's a reduction of $96,000 from our initial option. In this scenario, in our HMO and PPO plans, it's going to modify the primary care and specialty care physician office visits. It will additionally increase the ER copay. It increases the brand pharmacy copay and introduces a fourth tier for specialty pharmacy prescriptions. Our PPO and high deductible out-of-pocket maxes will also be increased. The intent of these changes is to introduce shared responsibility between the employee and employer for the ever-increasing cost of health insurance. This will help flatten future renewals, and it encourages smart utilization. What I mean by that is it will drive proper setting for care. With the ER copay increase, for example, it is waived for hospital admissions. So the end result is that we'll hopefully encourage individuals to go to the right setting for the type of care that's necessary, such as urgent care or physician office. Option C is going to pair that recommendation for plan design changes with across-the-board increases of $5 per week for each of the tiers and plans that we offer. This is going to be an approximate additional $93,000 savings to the city. So the estimated renewal for the city is going to be $280,000 in addition to current costs. So today we present those options for your discussion. We'll be available to answer questions about that impact to employees, how we position ourselves as an employer and support our employees and families. We'll also provide recommendations to continue with Aetna for our dental and vision insurance. With our dental plan, it's a 4.5% increase. Vision, no charge. Those are employee-only benefits. The city does not sponsor them. And then we'll provide a recommendation for a change in the ancillary benefit provider. Currently with Guardian, we're looking to recommend a change to Mutual of Omaha. This will result in an approximately $23,000 reduction for the city for the employer-paid life insurance. And it also provides for reductions in the employee premiums for the voluntary benefits they elect, such as long-term disability, voluntary life insurance, hospital and cancer insurance. And with that, I'll open it up to questions for myself and Mr. Burke.
Do you have any questions? Lynn?
I know we spoke about this, Mr. Newman. I was wondering if you can reiterate again, why is it that we did not go out for a bid for this new year?
Yes, ma'am. So, and Eric may jump in here, but essentially, it is not advantageous to the city for our short-term or long-term renewals to continually, year over year, go out for bids. It saturates the market, and we receive less interest from insurers for our book of business, especially when we can utilize renewal as an incentive to drive lower costs from our current carrier. So by keeping our product off the market, it allowed us to come down from our initial renewal provided by Aetna and have significant savings that was supported by the data, our claims data, outside market data. So we did so responsibly, and then we save for higher cost years where it is in our interest to go out to market and use that competitive process. So we balance it. We did go out last year. We made those comparisons. This year, it was not in our interest, in the analysis of our broker, and with support, again, of our employees, we look to avoid disruption. So there's a balance between the costs that we carry and the impact that has to our employees' population.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, and you also did a chart comparison for me with other cities. Like, would you care to share with my colleagues about that?
Yes, ma'am. You'd asked about some comparative offerings. So we do look at other agencies. We may be in competition with them for talent, individuals that are looking for the best total compensation. So the proposals that we offer should take into effect how we pay, what our COLAs, what our step and merit increases should be, along with the retirement benefits that we offer, because everything may be impactful to families in different ways, employees in different ways. We need to make sure that we have competitive offerings. We have a very rich benefit plan. That is to say that it provides significant benefits at low costs for those utilizing those services. So today we provide those recommendations should we wish to shift the cost. We have in prior years absorbed that cost. We can continue to do so. It is within our budget projections to do so. But we also provide those options to you as a commission should we wish to change that calculus. It does position us in the future to have better consumption of that coverage to help lower costs in the future. The primary drivers of those costs are labor and specialty drugs. So some of our plan design changes are intended to have behavior changes that will have long-term effects to cost control.
You mentioned something about us having absorbed the increases. How many years has it been, and like what?
It has been at least 10 years where our premiums have remained the same. The contributions, the plan design that we have, the three plans with the typical primary care, specialty care, co-insurance, deductibles. So those are things that we should look at every year. It's not that we have to make changes. It's that we can do so to position ourselves better both this year as well as into the future years. But again, we have to balance that with the impact to our employees and where that disincentivizes care or disincentivizes us as an attractive employer for recruitment and retention.
And what would you say is the percentage increase of the insurance costs that the city has been paying from 10 years ago to now?
I'd have to get back to you on that information. It would be very significant. Those costs over a decade have risen tremendously. Healthcare is typically one of the biggest drivers in costs. But again, that couples with the base pay and other incentives that we provide as we attempt to be an employer of choice.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anybody else? Commissioner Smith?
I just want to answer that years ago we were trained that if you go out for a bid every year, the community of insurance looks at you in a disfavorable way. So that was one thing. I had a conversation with Mr. Newman prior to this. And I think that as much as it hurts for us to start to have the employees, because many years whatever the insurance increase was, the city paid for it. Luckily this year it's not outrageous. It's been in the millions in the past. But I think we're going to have to introduce where they participate in whichever, whether it's B or C, some way and somehow that they participate, because insurance is just going to keep going up. So if we can make it minuscule hurting on their pocketbook, but they recognize that eventually it's going to keep going up and we're going to have to pay. I think that's unfortunate, but I think that's the direction we should consider.
Which option was that again?
B or C. B or C. I mean,
And that may be a hybrid of the two. Option C does pair, as it's presented, pairs the plan design changes in option B plus the $5. It's not that we couldn't consider separating those and consider a modest premium increase. That $5 a week is $20 a month, and decouple that from the plan design changes. So the $5, it's about $93,000 in savings to the city, and it shifts that cost from the city to the employees. And
we also save, didn't the premium for the city go down 100,000 at the same one?
it did when combined with the plan design changes. So Aetna will give us a lower renewal rate if the plan is less rich, meaning that there's more cost sharing by the employees or participants. So they are can be two separate items.
You go back to that chart with the ABC.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so if we go to B, it'll be, we save 100,000, but the employees will also absorb some more, and C is, if we go to C, we go down another 100,000, plus they're paying $5 and absorbing what they're absorbing in B.
Correct.
Right.
So, and we can take a modification of what's proposed. And I will be remiss if I don't let Eric jump in. He may provide some clarity to my explanations or better explanation. But essentially, option B shifts the cost to those that utilize the coverage. That's when you go to see the doctor, when you have an emergency, when you get your prescriptions filled, whereas option C, separate from that plan design change, would be bore by all employees, not just those that are utilizing the coverage, but in general, so a little more spread out versus just the utilizers.
So B and C are the same. The only difference is that in C, the employees are paying an additional $5 a paycheck, and so A stays the same. B, they're getting less coverage. They're paying more into it, and C, the same, less coverage, paying more into it, and an additional $5.
Yes, that is correct.
And a paycheck is every 2 weeks.
Weekly,
every
$5 a week, and that would be across every plan, every tier offered. And so I would suggest, as Commissioner Smith says, that there is a fourth option not listed here, and that is just option C, no option B, and providing some modest increase to the premiums.
So basically just keeping like A, but just taking $5.
Yes, ma'am. And we believe that to be an approximately $93,000 reduction, and that shifts the cost from the city to the employees.
All right, so I do like that because, yes, it's $5 a week for employee, but it's also not reducing all the other, or increasing the copays and all that at the same time, which is hurting the employees more than probably the $5 a week would.
I know everyone didn't get a chance to talk. Commissioner, did you want to make a proposed motion?
But before we do, may I ask if Eric, would you have anything you'd like to add or clarify about?
No, I think, good evening, Mayor, Commission, Eric Brewer, Foundation Risk Partners, staff. Thank you for your time this evening. I don't have anything else to add. Happy to answer any additional questions that you may have. I think Jacob did a nice job of explaining it. The only thing I would reinforce is that there was kind of an unlisted option there, option D, which I think, to your point, Mrs. Commissioner, would be keeping the plan design the same from a copay deductible perspective while passing additional payroll costs along to the members on the plan.
All right, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
I have one more question. So if you change the plan, how much more would it cost if they go to the emergency room with their child? Are we talking a tremendous, I don't want to have them not be able to afford to go to the emergency room.
Yeah, so the emergency room copay change would be taking it from $300 today, currently on 2 of our 3 plans, to $400. An important caveat to that being a point. $100.
Because I know we have, and this is why the plan, the gap. How because I know you guys are. Is it through Aflac? I forgot which
Aetna.
Aetna. So no, what I'm saying, like, do we have like a gap? Indemnity?
Oh, like a gap policy.
Yeah, because a lot of times when this happens,
We do.
to settle the I guess the brunt of that cost, you utilize the indemnity program. I don't know if we're using it.
It's not specifically gap insurance, but we do offer a voluntary benefit through our current provider Guardian that we're recommended moving to Mutual of Omaha that is hospitalization insurance, and that can assist.
Have you guys looked into American Fidelity?
We have not considered that option at this time, but we certainly.
No, because what I've noticed a lot of times you when you feel like a plan is has a shortfall, like a shortcoming such as that particular, like a high cost, if you have an indemnity program that pretty much would do it like on a case, like on a per instance approach, that would then you would say, hey, I had to pay this an additional cost. I would like the city, I like the indemnity to cover that cost, depending on it's not sometimes all of the cost, but it's like a good 75% of the cost. To your point about if we're raising it to $400 from the $300,
That would be individual to individual case?
yeah, I believe it is. I mean, depending on how the plan is set up. I mean,
Yeah, we have, so we have really a couple options for city employees, one being the Mutual of Omaha sponsored benefits, hospital indemnity. There are Aflac products as well that serve a similar purpose, right, where there's an indemnity payout depending on what type of claim occurs. And so I think it's kind of meeting the description of what you were explaining there. Those are completely separate in the Aetna policy. Yeah. But to your point, if and when those types of claims occur, an emergency room claim, they can submit those claims separately. They would receive a check in the mail essentially to offset the cost share associated with the Aetna medical policy.
I mean, Commissioner Flormont knows that pretty well, like in regards to the packages in that sense.
So option D would be an additional $260 a year per employee, but that'll be spent almost right away. If we did option B, almost it'll cost them more than that at the end.
But potentially, yeah. Obviously, it depends on how they utilize the plan, but
right.
yeah, agree with your point.
Possibly, yes.
And circling back to a point I think Eric started to make is that hospital copay is waived when you're admitted. So what that stands to do is to attempt to direct care to proper setting. That if it's not a true emergency, that you use urgent care or lower cost services. That goes to education. It goes to wellness. We retain our $70,000 wellness incentive with Aetna by this renewal. So there's a big education component where we can encourage consumerism. But just as an aside, I am concerned with a rise in the ER copay that would discourage individuals' use. But again, it's intended to encourage proper use.
Mr. Mayor. Jacob, or the Aetna is giving us a reduced rate of going up, correct? Because we're staying with them.
Yes, sir. So we received an initial renewal rate through additional negotiations. That rate has come down considerably. I give the effective rate, but it depends upon the tiers.
Right. Okay, the second question is, can we do a multi-year contract with them?
It's my understanding that that's not something Aetna or really any of the major carriers provide at this point in time, given the healthcare marketplace that they're working in, but I have not seen that.
Can we ask them?
And they are here today, but that's specific to medical also. They do provide
specifically to medical. That's correct.
Yeah, I don't think any carrier would want to be locked into.
I didn't
ask. Because the thing is, your utilization, you don't know what's going to happen the next year, et cetera. I mean, have we basically based on your? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were finished. Okay. Have we basically looked to see, as far as projections are concerned, if we've already had some of the perhaps worst experiences in the past couple of years, and that maybe perhaps our utilization will decrease?
We are trending that way. We had several very high-cost claimants last year that significantly impacted, our attractiveness in the market. We are on the tail end of those. Some of those claims are leaving the underwriter's analysis, but they, require continued good positive years. And again, that goes to a healthy population, investing in wellness initiatives, driving preventative care, continual use of maintenance drugs, adherence to diabetes and other recurring conditions. Our employees, their spouses, dependents, they may be with our plans for a significant period of time. We can measurably change our claims, by investing in healthy populations. It's something we need to continue to do, and need a good partner to do so.
That's so key, because most people, no matter what happens, they just run to the emergency room. They don't know that that's probably not the place that you want to go for everything, and that's where you're going to spend the most money. And also, in addition to that, I'm seeing some concepts that I think are very attractive as far as having on-site clinics. I know one particular organization that I've seen, ATC is one of them. I believe, some other cities have on-site clinics where people go and they make sure that they get their checkups and things like that. Or some cities will combine with other municipalities and have a central location that all of their employees can go to increase, those preventative care services, because that's what's going to prevent some of the high costs in the long run. So are we looking at that as well?
We are. We've kicked around some of those ideas. We're looking to those partnerships with the surrounding medical facilities, partnerships with Jackson, HCA, where we could offer those services as we go into our open enrollment period in August. We see a lot of adoption from on-site services when we brought in vision providers, dental providers on-site. There's a huge convenience factor. And so expanding that to more on-site services or convenience, providing an on-site clinic would be ideal. That would be a longer-term approach. Again, as I said, we did consider self-insurance this year as we've analyzed each year.
Right.
To your point, that's something we have to really look into, because I know we might be leaving a lot of money on the table. We've never done that before. I know Commissioner Flourmont has brought this up in prior budget years. That's a discussion. I think that we should look into that next year, because I know, look, Windows right now is happening, and I understand the late hour of it all. I totally understand. But that's something that we have to really take into consideration moving forward.
Yeah, I think, and Mr. Mayor, that's, the on-site as well as the self-funded option, these are things that we have to start, looking at now for 5 years from now, right? Because at some point we have to make that decision, right? Or at some point we have to say we expect to have on-site, if that's going to work for us, right? We have to say 5 years from now we project that we can make that happen, and here's the best way, the best way to organize that, whether it's us partnering with Aventura, City of Aventura, or City of Golden Beach, or whatever it may be, or Sunny Isles, and we say, okay, this is our central location. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I would say staff has done an incredible job of really putting emphasis on wellness with the $70,000 that Aetna provides annually. You can see it in the metrics. We're seeing higher preventive care utilization. We're seeing higher engagement with primary care, which is ultimately the goal here. You want people to have that relationship so that they're diagnosing things earlier, early detection, et cetera. On-site clinic, I'm a huge believer in. I think from a cost perspective, it's something we need to evaluate. I think that probably the less costly middle ground is bringing providers on-site when we have big open enrollment meetings, health fairs, et cetera, to hopefully create that primary care relationship with somebody that's local to the community. And we've done a lot of that, and I think you're seeing that yield itself in the claims experience. It is improving. As far as the self-insurance, also agree with that 100%. Right? We did quote self-insurance this year. I don't think there's a wide enough delta from an expected cost perspective to justify the maximum liability, but it was certainly competitive. I think we are, as a city, from a claims experience perspective, trending in the right direction, where that will make sense at some point, I think, in the very near future here. But it is something that we did market. We do have quotes for the self-insurance as well.
Awesome.
So just so we can land this plane, because we have a long agenda, please look into the American Fidelity as an additional indemnity that you guys can add to the program. And then do we have to vote on this tonight, or are we?
We'd like some direction as to, what's the consensus of the commission in terms of these options, and we would include with that an option D, which would be a $5 across the board premium increase for each level of coverage for each plan. Again, that's going to be the high deductible HMO and PPO that we offer for employees plus one, and family coverage. So $5 per week, $20 per month that the employees would bear.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I personally think
Vice
we
Mayor.
should pay for it all. And the reason I think that we should pay for it all is it has to be with hiring of people. That it's a benefit that we offer as a city. If we start taking benefits away when we've been giving them, I'm concerned about that.
I'm
Listen to whatever anybody.
No. I like no. When you said I paid for it all, I thought of a church song. So, yeah, gave it all.
I'm inclined to support what through the mayor. I'm inclined to support what Commissioner Chernoff is saying, or Vice Mayor is saying. I just ask that if we do go that route, that it's very clear that at some point we may have to, increase the employee involvement. And I've seen that happen in prior years where we didn't do anything, we absorbed it all, and then when it was time to increase it, and we didn't have a choice but to increase it, that increase was significant and caused a lot of, rift amongst the employees and the commission. So I just want an opinion
Well,
on that.
that's why I think the pain won't be so bad this year. I think it's minuscule, and I think we should, I would love to give 100%, but I think it's time for show a little bit of participation. It's so minuscule when you talk about how much, don't forget how much the premium is now that we're paying, and paying for family premiums. It's gone up since I'm here, double, maybe even triple. So the premium's grown substantially. I don't think that $5 will take away somebody who wants to work for North Miami Beach. I don't think, but I think.
What's the yearly cost? So
$5 a paycheck, right?
200. How much?
So $260?
No.
52.
No, per year. I'm doing the year thing. Like
It's $5 a paycheck, 52 weeks in a year.
48.
Yeah, so 50.
What?
48 pay periods. So
40.
Four deductions a year,
Oh,
the
okay.
$20
Okay.
is an additional.
$240. Yeah,
So that's-
$20 a month
so
times 12 months.
Why is it 48 pay periods if we have 52 weeks?
When there's a fifth pay period, there is no deduction for health insurance. So it's to insure a defined specific amount each month. The
Okay.
insurance that we purchase is on a monthly basis.
Okay, so it's $20 a month then.
This may be, commissioners, and I know you're wanting to say something, but I believe this is an opportunity to ensure that everyone does their annuals, right? So if you can opine on this, but perhaps we do the participation, and with the understanding that if the person completes their annual, that fee would be waived at some point in the year. Is that something that you think makes sense?
We do have the ability. We do have the ability to consider and develop reductions in the premiums that are charged under current law that require certain wellness incentives. We are separately and in the same vein working to adopt some wellness initiatives that will provide incentives, gamification to encourage individuals to get that primary care physical well-woman, well-man visit once a year.
I wasn't quite finished. The insurance has gone up in past years, hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. And here we're talking about $240 a year. I just feel that it's time now, because I've sat here year after year, as you have, where we 100% covered it. And I understand what you're saying, Vice Mayor, but the truth is that we're at a bleeding stage right now in the city with the centennial. So now, if we're going to do it, now's the time, and to make it such a minute change for them, because otherwise it could be $250 a month that they have to pay.
God forbid. But to your point, look, I want us to land this. I know commission, because you heard everybody's point. Look, I'm more of a, whatever we can do, alleviate some of the burden to our employees, I'm down for. I've always been down for that. We have a living wage for a reason. This is just an additional, and it might seem minute, but this is an incentive for people to come work in our city, because it is a cost savings to a degree. I mean, but to your point, I don't know if you're making the motion, if you're listening to, if you want.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Oh no, go ahead, Commissioner Jean.
I'm leaning towards Commissioner Smith, but I also wanted to ask, what does Aetna contribute to wellness for the employees?
$70,000.
So how, other than the annual fair that you all do, how are those dollars really used to impact the employees? You don't have to answer that now, but are we taking a vote, Mr. Mayor, or are we?
We're giving direction. Do we need to take a vote, or we just?
Budget season?
I mean, do you need the vote now, or
We need direction on how do we proceed with there not being a August meeting and our open enrollment occurring.
Right? Yeah. So I think the consensus is option D. I'm asking for you guys to also look into the fact of American Fidelity as an additional benefit to see how that would make sense. Okay. Other than that, I mean, I think that's sufficient enough. Yeah?
To recap, we'll be renewing with Aetna. We'll be providing a change in the current employee contributions to add an additional $5 per tier per plan. We'll be renewing Aetna with our dental and vision, and we'll be making a change from our current Guardian provider to Mutual of Omaha. Right?
Okay.
Thank you.
And you're going to look into American Fidelity?
And yes, sir. And
we'll look into Fidelity.
All right.
And if you guys, when you guys come back through the mayor with a clear description of how we're going to encourage people to do their annuals and that incentive that you're referencing, because although it might seem like a cost, but overall, I mean, it's going to save money long term. Yeah. So just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
All right, next item, Madam Clerk, is consent. I know we're going to have to read it all into the agenda.
Move to approve.
I got a motion in a second. Yes, right?
Second.
All right. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, sir.
No.
Consent agenda, item 9.1, Commission Conference Minutes of June 17th, 2025, presented by the City Clerk. I believe item 9.2 was pulled for further discussion.
Correct.
Item 9.3, Special Commission Meeting Minutes of June 26, 2025, presented by the City Clerk. I believe item 9.4, dealing with multiple vendors, was also pulled. Item 9.5, Resolution Number R 2025-89, approving a grant award for the fiscal year 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Award for NMB Police Department, presented by the Police Chief. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the posting of the fiscal year 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant by the United States Bureau of Justice Assistance in the amount of $25,652 for the grant period of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2025. Authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.6, Resolution Number R 2025-90, authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement with FEMA and FDEM for the acquisition of a standby generator for the Norwood Water Treatment Plant, sponsored by the Water Director. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and Florida Division of Emergency Management, FDEM, for the acquisition of a standby generator for the South High Service pumps at the Norwood Water Treatment Plant under grant agreement number R4673-208-R, FEMA Project 677. Authorizing the city manager to accept the grant funding and take any and all actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2025-91, authorizing a budget amendment to allocate matching funds for the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Project for the Norwood Water Treatment Plant, sponsored by the interim deputy city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget to allocate matching funds for the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Project for the Norwood Water Treatment Plant generator project and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2025-92, approving a purchase order with Eaton Corporation for the purchase of 2 electrical transfer switchgear systems, sponsored by the Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Eaton Corporation for the sole source purchase of 2 electrical transfer switchgear systems in an estimated budgeted amount of $233.70. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2025-93, to approve a purchase order for SCADA software confirmation and integration services with Trihedral Inc., sponsored by the Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the single qualified, responsive, and responsible respondent to request for proposals RFP 2025-018, engineering consulting services for Texas U-Turn roadway project, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with CTS Engineering, Inc., and if negotiations are unsuccessful, to resolicit the project. Item 9.10, resolution number R 2025-94, authorizing a purchase order for meters and registers with Core and Main, sponsored by the Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Core and Main for the sole source purchase of meters and registers in a budgeted amount not to exceed $67,703, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.11, dealing with Merchant Business Association. I believe this was moved to legislation and will be considered there. Item 9.12, resolution number R 2025-96, approving revisions to the traffic calming manual policy, sponsored by the interim public works director. Resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, to approve revisions of the City of North Miami Beach traffic calming measures manual to update certain policies and procedures regarding resident balloting and criteria for bypass of resident approval measures, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Item 9.13, dealing with traffic calming. This item was pulled for discussion. Item 9.14, resolution number R 2025-98, directing staff to research for claiming uncollected community development block grant funds from Miami-Dade County, sponsored by Commissioner Sue. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, directing city staff to research and identify any unclaimed community development block grant, CDBG, funds from Miami-Dade County and directing the interim city manager to coordinate research and collection efforts and providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. Item 9-9.15, resolution number R 2025-99, approving and authorizing an agreement with Miami-Dade County to provide water safety education and instruction services under the Zero Drownings Miami-Dade program. Sponsored by the interim Parks and Recreation Director, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an agreement between Miami-Dade County and the City of North Miami Beach to provide water safety education and instruction services under the Zero Drownings Miami-Dade program. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.16, resolution number R 2025-100, authorization for the interim city manager to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the state attorney's office, sponsored by Commissioner Sue. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing a partnership with the Miami-Dade County State Attorney's Office, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.17, approving a change order to the contract with Spry Point. This item was withdrawn from this evening's consideration. Item 9.18, resolution number R 2025-102, approving a change order to the purchase order with Caballero, Fireman, Linera, and Garcia LLP for extended financial reporting assistance, sponsored by the interim deputy city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the purchase order with Caballero, Fireman, Llanera, and Garcia LLP, increasing the total budgeted expenditure by $100,000 for the extended financial reporting assistance, authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.19, resolution number R 2025-103, approving a budget amendment to increase the purchase order with Caballero, Fireman, Llerena, and Garcia LLP for fiscal year 2024 audit support, sponsored by the interim deputy city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget to increase the purchase order with Caballero, Fireman, Llerena, and Garcia LLP for fiscal year 2024 audit support for the annual audit and providing an effective date. Item 9.20, resolution number R 2025-104, approving a contract amendment with CBiz CPAs PC for external auditing services, sponsored by the interim deputy city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an amendment to the contract with CBiz CPAs PC, increasing the estimated annual expenditure by $60,000 for the purchase of external auditing services, authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.21, resolution number R 2025-105, approving task order number 2 to develop a 20-year capital improvement plan for the city's water and wastewater systems with Kim Horn, sponsored by the NMB Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for professional engineering services for the development of a 20-year capital improvement plan for the city's water and wastewater systems in an amount not to exceed $143,350 with Kim Horn and Associates for, Inc., under the consulting services agreement for professional consulting services, and authorizing the city manager designated all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to budget appropriation availability of funds, providing for an effective date. Item 9.22, resolution number R 2025-106, approving a contract with Andrew Potkin as interim city manager, sponsored by the interim city manager, though it might be sponsored by us as well. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing and approving a contract for the interim city manager and providing for an effective date. Item 9.23, resolution expressing opposition regarding 159th Street.
That was
This is
pulled for amendments. Joe.
If I can continue, yes, ma'am?
It was pulled.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Before I say what's pulled, I generally would like to say what the item is so people know what we're
stand
talking.
corrected.
This item was pulled because there are pending amendments to be introduced. Pulled for discussion. Resolution number 9.24, resolution number R 2025-108, expressing the city's intent to utilize Miami-Dade County Certified Small Business Enterprise SBE program sponsored by Commissioner Sue. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing its intention to utilize Miami-Dade County Certified Small Business Enterprise SBE program to encourage and solicit small business participation in city procurement, directing the city's procurement management department to coordinate such efforts, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date. That concludes the items.
I'm sorry.
Consent agenda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. One more item. We'd like to correct the Scrivener's error to agenda item 9.9, resolution number R 2025-93, to approve a purchase order for SCADA software configuration and integration services with Trihedral Inc., sponsored by North Miami Beach Water Director Hamid Nikban. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the single qualified responsive and responsible respondent to request for proposal RFP 2025-018 engineering consulting services for SCADA software configuration and integration services, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with CTS Engineering, Inc., and if negotiations are unsuccessful, to resolicit the project.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
He has an objection. He looks like he has an objection. He stood up, the director.
What's the objection? I'm sorry.
No. He was just he standing, but it's fine. It's fine. We all passed unanimously.
Passed.
Yeah.
Whole motion and second?
Commissioner, the Vice Mayor.
I didn't second it.
Yeah, the Vice Mayor motioned and
For which one?
the consent.
The consent agenda.
Oh, I know I seconded it.
Okay.
Second.
I'm just saying.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. So next, we're going into a quasi judicial because this one, that's the next item, right, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
That is, come on. We have lawyers and
Move to introduce resolution number R 2025-109.
City Attorney.
Was there a second?
All right. Second.
Second.
Item 10.1, resolution number R 2025-109, approving the vacation of portions of a public right-of-way brought by the Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the vacation of portions of an originally dedicated public right-of-way consisting of a 10-foot wide unimproved alley, 0.153 plus or minus acres, situated in the state of Florida, County of Miami-Dade, lying in Section 21, Township 52 South, Range 42 East, being part of Arch Creek Highlands, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 15, page 3 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, and being further bounded and described in Exhibit A attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Before we go on, I have a question. Why are we hearing this, Mr. Attorney?
Yes.
Why are we hearing this now before the development comes before us asking for the same thing?
I would defer that to the Community Development Director. I'm happy to comment on it once he does, but that was originated by that department.
Okay. Can you answer that question?
Good evening. Yes, I'm Zafar Ahmed, the Director of Community Development Department. The basic vacation of the alleyway is heard first because vacation of that is then included into the parcel of land that is going to have the development. So it's just the sequential is one after the other, but it's basically the alleyway is going to be part of the development.
But technically, we're not having anybody ask for it until they come forward with their development, correct?
There's a separate application for vacation of the alleyway and an application for the multi.
No, I understand, but can you clarify?
Maybe there's where I can jump in, and I'll be subject to being corrected by Mr. Ahmed, but my understanding is that if there is an application for the vacation, whether the other project goes forward or not, you can still ask to have a portion of the right-of-way, this 10-foot wide strip, be vacated. If somebody puts the application in, then yes, they're asking for the vacation. Whether it's ultimately incorporated into a larger project or not, you don't have to do that in order to ask to file an application to vacate.
Yes, I understand they could do it individually, but in this case, we have a developer that's coming before us tonight asking for that within their presentation, so why would we?
We can present it together. We can do it as one item. You know, if you read it the second into the record, we can present it together.
My colleagues, do you have a position, one way or the other?
I personally don't. I can understand taking these one at a time because the entirety of the project relies on the vacation of the actual right-of-way. So I can understand why that makes sense. But if legally it doesn't make a difference,
it doesn't.
Then we can do both of them at the same time. I think save some time.
Because at the end of the day, it's the multifamily development that's going to be approved.
If it's your preference, Commissioner, just as an option, and again, you can.
Well, no, it's just a question. I mean, it's kind of the cart before the horse. If I'm vacating it before I discuss whether.
Oh, okay. I didn't quite understand what you were saying. You're saying flip the.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
What I was trying to say, though, Vice Mayor, is an option would be to move to consolidate the two into one public hearing and present everything related to both of them at the same time, and then just take separate votes in whatever order you want to
That's a
take the
better
votes.
idea. Let's do that.
Well, by motion.
Somebody make a motion to.
Motion.
I just want to understand something, if I can, Vice Mayor. We voted to vacate the property where the retirement home is on 19th Avenue, and months later they came back with the site. So
Well,
it's 6 of one, half a dozen other.
Well, and again, my feeling is that by coincidence, it's happening the same night.
Okay, but the thing is, they're paying taxes on it anyway. We had this whole discussion, how can we get, any revenue from somebody getting the use of our alley? It's really their.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that.
I mean, so if they ask for it, I mean, it's 6 of one, half a dozen other.
What would you all like to do? You want to hear it, or the resolution that's on the floor?
Yeah, let's.
Well, I think the amount of time we're spending discussing this, we probably could have already done it.
Yeah.
So let's just go make the motion to go the route that Joe is mentioning.
No.
I'd make that motion that we
Is there a
can.
second?
You already did?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
And then we can hear them both at the same
All
time and
those
make
in
separate
favor?
votes.
Aye.
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 Passes.
For the record, then, let me read the second item into the record, so there's no confusion that we're proceeding with public hearing on both items at the same time. Item 10.2, resolution number R 2025-110, consideration to approve a site plan application, conditions, and one variance for the construction of two 10-story multifamily buildings between Northeast 140th Street and North Highland Drive, sponsored by the Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving of a development site plan application with conditions and one variance for the construction of two 10-story multifamily buildings with a total of no more than 293 residential dwelling units, one 9-level parking structure with 419 spaces, and associated amenities generally located east of Northeast 20th Place between Northeast 140th Street and north of Highland Drive, and a variance from section 24-58.4 sub J, I think that is J, to allow a maximum building height of 121 feet, 8 inches, 10 stories for both the northern and southern buildings, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. And for the record, and that's again sponsored by Community Development Director. For the record, Commission, what you're doing is you've consolidated the two public hearings into one public hearing, everything relevant to both to be presented in the one public hearing, including public comment, but you will then vote separately
On both.
on each of the items.
Okay, fine. Mr. Community
Thank you.
Development.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor, we should do Jennings.
I'm sorry, yeah, excuse me. City Clerk, please do the Jennings.
Okay. Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I've received Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Smuckler, Commissioner Jean, Commissioner Sue, as well as Vice Mayor Chernoff. Commissioner Florimon.
Jennings.
Commissioner Florimon.
Kenzie.
No, I was distracted. I'm sorry. I was distracted. And thank you, Commissioner Smith, for nudging me and getting me back in line here. All right. Jennings disclosure. Jennings disclosure. All right. I've spoken to Vanessa Madrid. There she is. And I've spoken to briefly Andy Plotkin, our city manager. And that's it. And I can make my decision based on the relevant information I received this evening. Thank you.
Okay.
Swear.
May I proceed?
Yeah, please.
If you plan on providing testimony on this item, please stand and raise your right hand, if you can.
Are there more things?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So help you God, and your answer is?
I do.
Thank you.
All yours.
Members of the Commission and Mr. Mayor, this is a dual application, as you had discussed previously. There was an existing alleyway that had been there since 1925. Its use was subsequently discontinued for many years. There was a parallel component of this that was within the city of North Miami that has long been vacated and is no longer used as a right-of-way, whereas this portion that was within the city of North Miami Beach was a vacant and unutilized land and just gathering debris and unkempt. And so this application basically combines that vacant land along with the 10 parcels that were on the in that area. There were 3 parcels that were built and 10 were vacant, and all of those have been 7 were vacant, so those have been combined into this multifamily 2 towers, and that's about 2.48 acres total, and for the alleyway was 0.15 acres, and that combined creates a multifamily setup where there's going to be 293 units in that development. There is a parking garage on site for 419 spaces, which caters for the number of units that are there, as well as additional parking for guests, as well as surplus parking has been provided there by the applicant. The only variance that has been requested is an addition in height for about 10 feet to accommodate air conditioning equipment and to screen it from the view from the street. And because of the lot width and depth, there's been a slight reconfiguration of the parcels as opposed to the zoning district that requires a larger size or a more depth. So that depth has been adjusted in this. But overall, the configuration is in accordance with the zoning regulations, the mixed-use development that is there. There is the existing standards. The greenway standards have been maintained. The development is pedestrian friendly, and it basically enhances the southern gateway into the city of North Miami Beach. And the project site located adjacent to the Biscayne Boulevard commercial corridor is uniquely constrained by historic subdivision lot configuration from the 1925 Arch Creek Highlands plat. So one of the things that this development does is it contributes to the housing supply that is so much needed in the city of North Miami Beach. And it provides as a functional and a visual landmark for the city and for the city entrance from that side of the town. And there's also a part of the urban greenway. The traffic impact studies and the Department of the Transit Planning Organization from the Miami-Dade County have looked into this, and it is part of the transit greenway strategies. There are 2 vehicular access points which have been included in there, so let me just see. So that's basically it. And I'm going to ask the applicant to provide their PowerPoint presentation because I did not take into the 2 PowerPoint presentations. I'll let the applicant provide the PowerPoint presentation, and after that, we'll answer questions for you.
Applicant, please.
Did you want to pull up your presentation?
I'll go over it. Well, I'll go over this one first. Just keep them.
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commission. I'm Vanessa Madrid with the law firm of Holland & Knight at 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm joined tonight by my colleagues, Joe Goldstein and Erica Adams. Also with me tonight is the architect for the project, Jose Guerra of CFE Architects, the civil engineer, George Balabin, and the traffic engineer, Adrian Dubkowski, both from Kimley Horn, as well as the owner representatives, Dan McKenna and Robert Eckstein. First and foremost, I want to thank staff for their invaluable involvement in this presentation and in this application. They've been efficient and very thorough and very responsive, so I want to commend them for their work on this application. Before I continue, quick housekeeping item. I want to reserve some time for rebuttal in case that's needed, hopefully not. And so we'll get started with the alley. I won't go too much into detail, but just to give you a little bit of a background context. The property that we're talking about is south of the Target store. It's your eastern jurisdictional boundary with the city of North Miami. And the subject alley is 10 feet in width. And it's basically a remnant of a formerly 20-foot alley that had 10 feet on the North Miami side, 10 feet on the North Miami Beach side. The North Miami side has already abandoned their 10 feet. And so we're basically just cleaning up our platting and our title work here. As Commissioner Smith mentioned earlier, the applicant already owns, maintains, pays taxes on this particular 10-foot alley. It's actually part of the current property appraiser folios. So today, it's people's backyards. In fact, there's an existing 1922 building that sits within the alley. So it serves no purpose, it never has, it's just cleanup. And I'm going to go through the site plan application just to move forward.
Please. We're going to vote on them separately, but let them do the whole presentation.
All right. So picking up with the site plan application, this is a very straightforward site plan application. We're fully compliant with code except for one minor height variance, which I'll get into in a bit. But something to flag is that this zoning is MUC. The land use designation is also MUC. And the purpose of this particular mixed-use corridor district, which, as you know, all the mixed-use districts were adopted back in 2015, to be able to incentivize and encourage pedestrian-friendly development that is neighborhood scale, framed by architecture and landscaping, and that's exactly what this project accomplishes. It very well fulfills this purpose, as you'll see in a minute. We have two requests. As the director described, we have two 10-story multifamily buildings with up to 293 residential units. The parking is attached. We are providing 111 parking spaces in excess of the required under your new code. And that's basically a 36% excess of parking, so we should have no issues parking our units and our residents and guests. In addition, we have lots of bicycle racks and storage for up to 107 bicycles. So we are trying to encourage multimodal transportation here. We exceed every code requirement. For instance, the code requires that we provide 10% open space. We're providing 35% open space, so significantly above the minimum open space requirement. And jumping into the variance request, you'll see here this chart tells you that the maximum permitted height under the code is 110 feet, but it lets you go 8 stories, or if you show that no additional density results from your added number of stories, you can increase the number of stories. So we did a density analysis, and even if you have a 10 or 11 foot ceiling unit on each level being 10 or 11 feet, we can go up to the permitted 110 feet, which would yield 10 stories. What we're asking is to remain within the permitted 10 stories, but allow us to go an additional 11 feet and 8 inches above the maximum height allowed. We do need that vertical height in order to accommodate mechanical equipment for compliance with fire code and other building codes, but mostly in order to accommodate the needs of the building for mechanical equipment. The added height will not be perceptible from the street level, as you can see from that pink visibility diagram. It will be 100% imperceptible for the pedestrian or the vehicle experience. Other than the minor height variance, we comply with all the regulating plans, including your street network connectivity, your sub-areas plan, and your publicly accessible and open spaces and greenways plan, all of which are expressly included in your zoning code. So before I pass it on to the architect, there's a major theme I want you to keep in mind. Even though the site is extremely narrow because it's irregularly shaped, but also, as you saw, that block is very narrow and long, we did everything in our power to make sure we complied with code requirements. So we preferred not to sacrifice the 10 to 15-foot setbacks. We provided a 23-foot urban greenway required under your code, which means that you have ample sidewalks and lush landscaping, 2 layers of landscaping, plus your setbacks, plus curb and gutter, all this important separation from the street to the building as required in your code. We complied with all other requirements for design, which are pretty extensive in your urban mixed-use districts. But the only thing in exchange is we needed that 11-foot height increase. So everything else is fully in compliance. I'm going to pass it on to Jose Guerra, the architect, and he can walk you quickly through, building configuration, access design, and material selection.
We want to know when the baby's due.
You can answer that.
While he picks the slide that he wants to go over, my baby's due next month.
Oh, yay. A girl or boy?
I'm having a girl.
Yay.
Yes.
And she'd be surprised.
I already have a boy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jose Guerra. I live on 1229 Northeast 17th Terrace, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. I'll do my best. And it's hard because the pointer is on one side and the microphone is this side. Do you guys have a
We do have a
microphone? It's all good. I can just, oh, perfect.
I thought he was going to start dancing.
Great. Okay, so I know it's late. I'm going to do my best to talk about what the project is about in a timely fashion. I could bore you with drawings, but most people understand pictures better than drawings, so I'm just going to try to explain the project through images as fast as I can. As we mentioned, we have 2 parcels, right? And we have the northern parcel and we have the southern parcel. Each tower on each parcel has 10 levels. They're essentially like L-shaped buildings. We have one L-shaped building right here. You can see the L-shaped building on the north property up here. This is Biscayne, by the way. This is 139th, and this is 140th. So we have 2 access to the property from the main street. And then we have a parking structure that is mostly lined by residential units. As Vanessa mentioned, the site is very, very narrow, and we did gymnastics to be able to work this into this kind of project into the site. Having said that, we're still providing a fantastic pedestrian experience for the neighborhood. The greenway it's amazing how wide it is and how much shade and landscape it provides to the future users and the neighborhood. We are aware of the size of the building and the context of the neighborhood, and we do our best to try to break it down to a pedestrian scale. So for example, in this image, you can see how we like to break the building into a base, a middle, and a top. The base is what the pedestrian sees all the time. And this is kind of like the pedestrian experience. This is what we call the base. Then in the middle portion, we articulate the building with some paint and materiality, and we kind of create some rhythm as well to break up the long facade of the building. And then we end up with the top. In this case, we change the color to also give a little change of scale, and also darker colors, darker grays make things a little slimmer. regardless of all of that, the tower itself it's within that 110 feet that we're allowed, and the only items that are beyond that are encroaching into that variance that we're requesting is some of the mechanical items like the elevator, not shaft, well, yeah, shafts at the top of the tower. Other than that, the project has some stunning landscaping and amenities for the users. This is how we chose to close the garage by putting a green roof garden amenity space that the users will have amazing views into the ocean and the open views towards the ocean. And we have a pool, we have a beautiful garden and some pickleball courts. We also have other areas where we have amenities for the southern tower. They have their own pool at the ground level. The north tower has a little garden facing east at the ground level as well. And also, I can show you right here, there's a break that we did on the tower to break the volumes. And that break is kind of like a little pocket park where the residents can enjoy or take their dog or something like that. Let me see if I can find that photo again. Sorry, guys. Here we go. And this is where that little pocket park would happen. I think that gives you a general idea of the project, and I'll be happy to answer any specific questions about anything else. Thank you.
Vanessa, you're good?
I'm just going to take a couple more minutes. So the renderings show a perfect balance of uses, amenities, landscaped areas, recreational areas, and connectivity, which is basically the purpose of this district, and we've done a great job at fulfilling that. I do have the traffic engineer here, but he can answer more specific questions if that's needed. Just for your purposes, know that this traffic has been studied and approved by your traffic department here at the city and also by Miami-Dade County. The traffic impacts were deemed to be minimal. Only 90 net new trips will be generated as a result of this new project. There were no left turns or deceleration lanes warranted at this project because it does have double access. And all other intersections continue to operate at the adopted levels of service. To conclude, this is clearly a project that will improve the area, the neighborhood, and the city at large. There are significant and tangible benefits associated with this project, over $3.3 million in impact fees, out of which police, parks, water, sewer, and connection fees go straight to the city, and those amount to about $1.5 million in impact fees that will be contributed to the city. All applicable departmental reviewing agencies have reviewed and approved the project, and we have staff support. Also, we received unanimous recommendation for approval from your Planning and Zoning Board, and we feel very confident that this is a very good addition to the city. So with that, I will conclude, and we'll open it for any questions you may have.
Okay, wait, can you wait until we do the citizens first?
Public comment.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's open it up to public comment.
If you wish to speak on this item, please step forward. Mr. Kazan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. Don't take my critiques personal. First of all, I'm glad that we have our own community development director in-house. We used to depend on an outside firm that sucks a lot of money out from us, give us little time. And I do hope when you combine these two legislations, or whatever you call it, quasi-judicial matters, you did not squash the time. You would allow me 6 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good point, good point.
Good point, but he's wrong.
The units, you said 292 units. 293 units. Thank you very much for the correction. 293 units, and you have the parking space at 419. But we never heard how many bedrooms. And I knew the new parking legislation that we have is up to 3 bedrooms, you could get 3 parking spaces. But when you have 93 units, you're thinking that this is single bedroom units. You would be suffering from a lot of parking woes, because right now there's a building there, Highland building or apartment or whatever. Their occupants, they went to the old parking that we had, legislation that we had, and they're giving the neighbors a hard time where to find parking. I know, people like Roland View and everybody else complain that they park in front of them on their private property. So if you provide inadequate parking, the visitors and whomever is going to be forced to use Target parking. And Target would probably put up some signs, no overnight parking. And what you'd be doing is developing a rift now between your tenants or homeowners or whatever and the neighboring surroundings. My terminology, when you have kind of buildings like this here,
15 seconds.
and do not take it personally, it's kind of like a nuisance property, where you put a property in a neighborhood and it becomes a nuisance instead of an enhancement of the neighborhood, because there you'd be developing fights for parking and all sorts of things like that. So we thank you for the impact money, 3.3 million. I hope you guys don't squander it going to Japan and Russia and all those places. Well, go to Russia. I'm glad if you could go to Russia. I would talk to Putin about that. Thank you very much for having me.
Any other speakers?
My name is Tricia Harris. I live in North Miami Beach, Highland Village, and I'm here to stress the parking, the traffic, because we have 3 exits in Highland Village. Highland Drive, 139th, and 140th. I have been living there for almost all of my life. I was born and raised there. I have watched the traffic. Recently, since the new construction has arrived that is on the corner of 139th and 140th, and the new construction that was next to KFC, which is called Highland something, they are parking all over the place instead of parking in their parking lot. Half the time, there's not anybody in the parking lot, but yet they're all over the church property. The church had to put up a fence. The church had to put trees out there. The church was getting fined because people were parking in their lot and ruining the grass outside. And I see, no offense to your builders or to you guys, but I see the same thing going to happen there, because you're sitting here making the statement that everybody that's going to be in your building is going to use transit. Transit in Dade County does not work. Sorry, I was in Chicago, it works. Does not work here. I do not mean any offense to the developer. I think your building is beautiful. I understand you giving us more parking than it is, but my whole thing is, when it comes to the traffic, we haven't heard the traffic person yet, But when it comes to traffic, right now, if you're there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 5 o'clock, people are waiting to get out of Highland Village, backed up for the light to the roundabout. Think about it. That's 10 to 12 cars that we're waiting to go southbound. If you're going north, once all the construction is over with, we will be able to use 139th Street better. But if someone is parked, like we had a boat breakdown on 139th, and when the deliveries came to the building that's on Highland Drive, it's Highland Drive, the boat broke down on, and the Highlands had deliveries being done. We could not get out of the park. We had to turn around and go down another street because they blocked each other. So these are things that need to be thought of as far as the traffic, because we've got...
Time.
Go ahead and finish.
We have approximately, let's say, 600 family homes in Highland Village. I don't know how many there really are, but let's say back there that have to come forward to go. And the traffic is starting to back up, and we don't even have the second building built. And now you're talking about building another one. Do not get me wrong. I think the building is beautiful. I'm just afraid that if, God forbid, something happens and the residents that are in the back have to get out, we will not have a way to get out because we're already flooded. And the building that has already been built next to KFC, their water comes to Highland Village. Now we're getting another one on the corner of Biscayne, which I'm waiting to see if that water comes to Highland Village. And then now we're going to put another one to this side. I'm just a little bit worried about it. I'm getting mega phone calls from people. So I'm talking for Highland Village residents. Thank you very much. Thank you for the extra second.
And Tricia, did you mention that the parking structure, that it wasn't on Highland Drive?
Oh, that's the other thing. You guys keep saying it's going all the way to Highland Drive. From what it looks like on your picture, it is not going all the way to Highland Drive. From your picture, it does not look like it goes all the way to Highland Drive because there's a triplex or...
I don't think it can. That's what I was going to say. There's a triplex on the corner.
Right, there's a triplex on the corner. They're not going that far. No. They have not purchased the Masters property, which is also right next to the triplex. So it would be prior to, I don't believe Gaston sold his property either for where he has his rental office. So I believe it's from the corner, it's just 2 properties in. I don't believe it goes all the way to Highland Drive. But they keep making the statement that it goes to Highland Drive. I think that needs to be verified by the city representatives so that it gets corrected on the paperwork.
Thank you, Trish.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so wait, can we look into that, please?
No, I mean...
Yeah, not us, but can the city...
you want to do the rebuttal now? Oh, let me do my, Madam Clerk.
Any other speakers?
No, Jennings,
Yes, Jennings.
Yes. Just so I can do it. Go ahead. No, she has to read the...
Oh.
Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-party communications together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. Mayor Joseph.
I think I got a call. I think the attorney on the project, real brief, some city staff members, manager, but I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening.
Thank you.
All right, so we're up to, do you want to use a rebuttal now, or do you want to have us to have the discussion, or?
You want to close public hearing, Mayor?
Oh, yes, close. Is there another speaker?
Seeing none.
Seeing none?
Mr. Mayor, we've combined both of them, so was your Jennings for both?
Oh, yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, yes, my Jennings is, I can make a decision on both items based on the information presented to me because they were similar in scope and parties involved.
Noted.
So,
thank you.
So thank you. Thank you. I did hear that Commissioner Florimon had to be nudged to do the same, but I was nudged. Thank you for doing that, Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith just told me to do the same thing.
Yeah, because.
So my Jennings disclosure was for both items that have been combined for this particular conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Jennings is public comment is now closed, and I guess it's your opportunity
To address.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's start with her latest statement, just for clarity. I think she's mentioning the resolution title. The description says generally located east of Northeast 20th Place between Northeast 140th Street and north of Highland Drive. So we are not touching Highland Drive, we're just north of it. So to clarify on the record, the two access points for the project are 139th and 140th, not Highland Drive. The other thing I want to clarify is the ratio of bedrooms and parking spaces provided per unit breakdown. We have 103 two-bedroom units and 164 one-bedroom or studios. The ratio that we calculated based on the parking provided is 2 spaces for the two-bedroom units and a little over 1 space for the one-bedroom and studio units. Now, keep in mind that the construction or ongoing development around this area most likely applied your old parking code. We're implementing your new parking code and exceeding that. So just want that to be clear. The reference I made about bicycle parking being provided, it's extra. It's intended to be an amenity for residents. We're not relying on that in any way to supplement parking. As to traffic, you have to remember there's a very large development east of us, which is the Solomia project. That is a committed development that was studied and included as part of our traffic study. That particular project will be responsible for optimizing signal timings with Miami-Dade County. And so the intersection of Biscayne Boulevard and 143rd will be operating at adopted levels of service once the signal optimization is complete. So I think I've answered all their remarks, but with that, we'll open it up for you, and we're here to answer more questions.
Thank you. I will start off from my right, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Vanessa. You called many times, but you asked if I had questions, and I did not.
That's music to my ears.
So, my question though tonight is twofold. The first floor, the first floor is going to be what? The
Ground level?
The ground level.
Yep. I can answer that.
Yeah.
So, the one with the pedestrian and the vehicular, it's higher up. Oh, well, I don't know if you'd rather see a floor plan or the rendering.
No, just tell me.
Okay.
Good.
So the ground level is essentially, there's a few units on the northern parcel, and there's also a few units on the southern parcel. Those units that are at that level are walk-up to units, so you can access it from the sidewalk. And the rest is the garage, obviously. We have a drop-off area for the south tower, and then we have the parking garage for the north tower. And we also have a lot of mechanical and like equipment that it's required for like any building. So that's the use of the ground level.
Thank you. I just wanted to make note that the public knows there's no retail because the way it lights up and it's a residential neighborhood. I wanted to make sure they knew that. We are in the process of developing art for public places.
Yes.
And do you have plans to put some art for the public to enjoy on this building?
Yeah, we're trying to share right now an image that might help with that. If it goes, there we go. So we have allocated 3 areas where we think it makes sense to have art. One of them would be to line the garage facing south. The other option would be number 2 right there, which is like a stairwell that is like a perfect location to have some kind of mural. And then on the ground level at this southern parcel, we have a little plot of land that we could have some kind of a sculpture as well. So we provided three places where we're open to have some kind of
I
public art.
appreciate that. So, in studying this project, what I want to just say to the public is that two things. Number one, when a developer buys a parcel of land and considers their cost, they have to make sure that they're going to have enough floors and enough units to recover their basic cost to build the building and buying the property and all the extras that goes into permitting and architectural. And so when it comes to this, I'm sure they figure it out, and they were short if they would take down to 9 stories and then not ask for the extra feet for the equipment. So I don't find that at all offensive. I understand what the residents said about traffic. I live in an area where there's only one ingress and one egress. But unfortunately, with development, with more revenue for the city, with people wanting to live in Dade County and no land left, traffic's going to always come before us. It's an issue, a big issue. But hopefully, the ingress and egress on 2 separate blocks, I doubt that many of the residents here will go down to Highland Village, Highland Street. I think they'll go out 137th, 139th, and 140th. But there is no, it's very difficult to have a compromise. Do you want a beautiful building? Do you want to be progressive and move forward? And do you want to have the revenue that's so greatly needed in our city to clean it up? So all that notwithstanding, I just can't see the objection. I see the difficulty in making it work, but I don't see the objection. Do you have an idea when they're going to break ground? And do you have an idea when the rooftopping and it'll be finished, they'll complete the project?
Project completion is expected to be by 2027, and obviously groundbreaking will be as soon as we get our building permits.
So 2027. Okay, so I have no further questions unless I hear what my fellow commissioners say and brings up something else. Thank you. And thank you for the artwork.
Thank you, Commissioner Florbon.
So the conversation that we're always having up here is relating to affordability, and we had that conversation yesterday. I know that it's tough to really project what the cost of each unit is going to be, or what you're looking to do. Are the developers here, by the way?
They are. We have.
Can they present themselves? Oh, okay. All right. Good deal. So yeah, you're the guys. And at the end of the day, especially looking at the area, we are always talking about Highland Village and trying to bring up the aesthetics and the infrastructure and really make it a place that is not forgotten when it comes to North Miami Beach. So yes, this is going to do some of that, but in addition to that, are we looking at affordability and what are we doing to mitigate affordability? Because if you're thinking about quote unquote comps, Sole Mia is not it. Those numbers are definitely very high. Nexo, I think, is the one that's going to be on Biscayne. Those are not affordable. Everything is market rate. I know it's kind of hard to build anything affordable, but what are we looking at in terms of pricing?
There's certainly supply in the area, including new buildings, as the neighbors have mentioned, and I think having competition is healthy to keep your prices low. This will be a market rate building in comparison with other comparable market rate units. We're looking at a range between $1,800 and $2,500, depending on the size of the unit, but it's very reasonable for the area.
And you're doing up to how many bedrooms and
Up to 2 bedrooms.
Up to 2 bedrooms. Got it. Okay.
So studios, 1 bedroom and a den, and 2 bedrooms.
Got it. Yeah, but other than that, like Commissioner Smith mentioned, it's when do you break ground and when do you expect to be done? Because these units can't hit the market quick enough, right? So that's that's where I stand. But I fully support the item, and you guys have approached us with the utmost professionalism and given us the information we requested. So I'm ready to support the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Thank you. So when I came here tonight, I was 100% going to vote for this. I think it's beautiful. I think it's perfect. It's what Highland Village needs. It's going to be, it's the right fit. And I do go often to either Trisha's house or to drop something off or to pick something up. So I do see the situation with the parking at the church. The other day I had trouble getting out because of the construction that's going on. I couldn't get out. I had to wait for the UPS truck and the construction truck. So everything Trisha's saying is so to the point. But you know, and again, I love Trisha, and I was like, I'm going to vote for it. I'm going to vote for it. And Trisha never asked, by the way, to not vote for it. But when Trisha got up here and said that it's going to be a problem getting in and getting out, and I started to think, well, I have that problem in Eastern Shores. There's a development that's coming up, and we all love the project. We think the project is beautiful, but we have a problem with the entrance and the exit. And, you know, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. So I'm not going to be a hypocrite and vote no on one project and yes on this one. So just for that purpose, intention only, I'm going to vote no. I suspect it's going to pass, and it's beautiful, and I wish the project good luck, and I wish the building a success, but I just want to give you my reasons as to why I'm voting no. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Good evening. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the owners for buying the land and wanting to develop it. We do appreciate your coming to North Miami Beach. Can your traffic guy come up for a minute?
Yes, of course.
Good evening,
Please
Adrian.
address the residents' concern.
Good evening, Adrian Dubkowski with Kimley Horn, offices at 2 Alhambra Plaza in Coral Gables.
So, can you please address what she was saying about the backing up of the lights or the other stuff that you?
Yes. So there were several issues I heard. One was related to loading and trucks loading on street. We have our loading, we have separate loading for the south building and the north building. It's all internalized to the building itself. So that loading won't be occurring on street. Related to access, our driveway is located on 20th Place. There's 2 driveways. It's north of 139th, and then also a driveway on 139th on the north side. The access to that site where it's located, it's closer to 140th. So it's actually easier for traffic to enter and exit the site via 140th and avoid the congestion of Highland Drive and that signalized intersection to the south. So we expect that most of the project traffic will be using 140th rather than Highland Drive and adding more traffic there. And then also looking at this type of multifamily development, it essentially generates 90 trips in the peak hour. So that's about a trip and a half per minute during the peak hour, so it's not an extremely intense use.
Okay, and you did, in your analysis, you did take the number of units and how many times they would be coming in or out, and when they would be coming in or out, right?
Correct. For concurrency purposes and what the county and the city requires, we look at the AM peak hour, so it's 1 hour during rush hour in the morning, and then 1 hour during the rush hour in the afternoon, and load that project traffic onto the roadway network, as well as account for committed developments. So Solomia, for instance, was included, and Solomia needs to optimize the signal timings at 143rd and Biscayne Boulevard in order for the intersection to operate at the adopted levels of service standard.
Is there a light on 139th or 140th now?
It's at Highland Drive.
That's the only light?
That's the only light.
Highland Drive.
It incorporates 139th, so if you're coming southbound on Biscayne, you can turn onto 139th at the light, or, yeah, correct.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Community development. Planning and zoning approved this
Yes.
6-0?
Yesterday, the Planning and Zoning Board approved it 6-0.
Okay, thank you. You guys had an interesting dilemma of the parcel in order to be able to build. And to build, you did build a nice building. It looks beautiful, and I do appreciate, that you're coming into North Miami Beach, and, hopefully your prices, like you said, will adjust to the market, and, it's not going to get filled if it's not working with the market and everything. And hopefully the owners are going to, if they're going to rent, they're going to keep on being the owners and taking care of the building, so don't sell so fast. But good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jean.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to also echo the fact that the project looks great. To Commissioner Furman's point about the market rate, I think that's a conversation that we constantly have about workforce, about affordable, or, we've gotten out of the range of talking about affordable, but workforce. And I think to our great director, that would be something that I want to champion us to really encourage folks that come to us to give us at least some units that are workforce. It's not something that we can ask for with a condition, but these are conversations that we have every quasi we ask about the market value. These are things that you should provide to us before public art. Things are important to us outside of tax and impact fees and such. And we were also looking to see what happened to the library impact fee. That was supposed to be something that we kind of talked through. We never heard about that. Thank you for the information about the traffic study. I want to be able to maybe come and see the footprint, because when you talk about the existing infrastructure, the incoming developments that are going to go online, can this footprint really take on all these people? I mean, the answer is obviously yes, but I want to see it. So that's something that maybe the commissioners can be privy to sometimes, for us to actually do these site visits where we can conceptualize it, and that helps us kind of have a better perception of what it is. For the open spaces, is it access only to the resident of the building, or will it be to the general public as well?
It's designated open space for the project itself, and it's intended to be an amenity to the residents. Now, the urban greenway is a publicly designated open space in your regulating plan, so that's for the enjoyment of the entire neighborhood.
How big is that space?
It's a 23-foot greenway in width, so it's pretty large.
All right. I also wanted to tap into police and public works. For the complaints that were mentioned about the parking situation and the overlapping, what are we doing to actively mitigate that, if anything, through the manager?
Madam Commissioner, the Community Development Department and the city is going to start a comprehensive plan update process, and part of that process includes interaction with the citizens and the communities. And one of the main interactions we have is with the residents of Highland Village, as well as some other neighborhoods. For any changes to the land use code or this thing, we need to amend the comprehensive plan and the land use guidelines based on which we could change the code. So we cannot change street widths or other development regulations unless we put that into the land development and the comprehensive plan guidelines, the policy. So that development would be first, then we can go back and revisit some of the regulations.
So if that development is first, what's the timeline for, is it when it goes online, or is it during the construction process?
The process that we have for the comprehensive plan, we're required to submit it to the state by April of 2026. But we're going to have interaction with the community and a discussion about, and there may be charrettes to hands-on practice for, to actually design some spaces that we could reconfigure. And that's going to be part of the exercise for the comprehensive plan update. So there is going to be a lot of interaction and community participation in that process.
All right, so to get more of a direct answer to my question, right? So you said April 2026.
That's the deadline to submit the comprehensive plan to the state.
Where does that fall in line with potential groundbreaking of this particular project?
We are probably going to be close to completing our building permitting process, and if not, already starting, construction at that point.
Thank you. I wanted to hear if we had any plans for the parking issues. I think the chief is.
So we would have to meet with the developers and obviously conduct our own surveys and assessments to see how the parking would affect the roadways, the residents that are currently there, the traffic flow, et cetera. So that's something we definitely have to meet with them and see how we can facilitate that.
And I think that's an important conversation because the last time we talked about the speed bumps and we said it's being resurfaced and da. So are all those pieces working together? It's important for us to talk about this now.
So,
I don't know who wants to chime in.
if Commissioner John, if I may, I'm sorry, but I would have thought that prior to when this project was in the process of in the works, I would have thought that the planning and zoning department would have reached out to police to make sure that everything is good and I'm talking about parking, security and everything.
Many of
Could I just chime in, Mr. Mayor?
So what did it happen?
So many of the existing regulations, when an application comes in, stay the way they are.
Is that
The existing regulations which are in place are not changed because of because when an application comes in, it basically grandfathers into those existing applications. But as far as the overall neighborhood is concerned, there is opportunity and room for mitigation and redesign of certain spaces to mitigate the congestion and the flow of traffic. So that's going to be part of the urban design, not this particular development, but because existing applications, when they come in, they go under the current code.
Yeah, but the police is not consulted?
Yeah, it's part of the study process, yes. The feasibility analysis includes the safety and all of that. Sorry.
So, Commissioner, if you would allow me to continue your line of conversation,
yes.
We need a more comprehensive look at this. I think all of us support this project, but we need a more comprehensive approach to Highland Village, right? Because this doesn't seem a little disjointed with all the issues that were brought up and all the compounding developments. We need something more comprehensive. There's too many pieces that are going to be affected in the long term.
Well, there's going to be, I've heard, I don't know how far it is from that back road off of 135th or what have you, but I know there have been talks of opening that roadway. And I'm only mentioning that because sorry. When it comes to the aspect of traffic, right? I think there has to be a different approach to Highland Village, given the way that's laid out. Currently, it's like we're purposely creating a bottleneck, and I don't want us to. There has to be some other ways of egress that we could think of. I don't know what the possibilities are. I know that what Solomia's overall, I don't know what their overall plan is, but that's something I just want to just add to the conversation. That's all. Just a thought.
Is there a possibility that Solomia would bring a road down there to Highland Village? I don't know if that possibility even exists. I wanted to say something, if I could.
Commissioner Smith,
when
I'm
they
sorry,
came up here,
they reached out to us one time.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you were on the committee.
and that's why it could come down to that. Here's a big issue. The big issue is they could have worked under the old code with how many parking places, but they worked under the new code even though they didn't have to. The thing is, when they come before us, it says police approved. If there was issues that was not approved, that would have been worked out with TRAD before they got to us. They're bringing a plan before us. And, you know, one thing about Highland Village, I remember when the man built the 2-story in there that looked like Key West. He actually owned 2 lots, and unfortunately his wife was dying of cancer. He didn't build the second one. But there's so many images and so many plans for that area. The one thing I will say is this was a corner unit that you couldn't even get in on the north end. It was locked every which way with the 3 people. Then there was an empty lot that had boats in it. Then there were several houses. And across the street is a townhouse complex that's kept very nice. You can't get into that either unless you're buzzed in. So here we have a piece of property that has an opportunity to be developed. And we say many times up here, we can agree to disagree. I happen to also live in Eastern Shores. It's a whole different ballgame in my mind. There's one ingress, one egress with all the homes and the townhouses. Here are people I do not believe will go south to come out on that street. And if they do, they may wait in line. I can tell you there's no houses on 163rd Street, Biscayne Boulevard. But you want to come east or west, you wait 30 minutes at the rush hour. And that's what it's about. You wait 30 minutes. I can't imagine, even though I respect immensely the woman that came up to speak that's a resident. She is, we call her the mayor of that neighborhood. And I respect her immensely. But I think it's a boon for the community to have something new and life to that community. And I think these, the concerns we all have with affordable housing and everything else, who's to say $1,800 isn't going to be affordable housing? I mean, the way prices are going up, that may be very affordable. But I can only say 100% that what you're bringing before us as a project's not even asking us for that much. It's asking us for 9 feet for their equipment and a alley that they already own. So I just want to make clear to the public that when they look at that plan, that's what's going to be the boost to the community. That may be the boost that gives that community, the church has a big lot. It could be something townhouses built there someday. I hate to knock something that's good for our city that's not asking much. I really think that we're very fortunate, and I thank them for coming to North Miami Beach.
I definitely agree with Commissioner Smith, but I also want to say that we have to look at this area, especially with all the compounding things that are going in that area.
That's for sure.
And the final point, this is to the managers. We need to address the intersection where Kentucky Fried Chicken is, where the light is. And that's going to be the hub of where everybody's going to go to. So we need to make sure that there's enough, whatever they call it, for the cars stacking and so on and so forth, that we're bringing another development there. So we got to work with the county or the state, whoever is the Biscayne Boulevard. I don't know who we deal with anymore. It's federal, I think.
Yeah.
It's state?
Yeah, I believe it's
DOT.
state.
Yeah.
DOT, yeah. Okay, so Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. I think I've exhausted you with all the questions that I had yesterday, so I appreciate it so much. I like your project, and I will be supporting it today.
Thank you.
Call the question.
Do I have a second? I'll second. All right, we got a motion and a second by Vice Mayor and a second by Commissioner Smith. Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call?
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler.
No.
Commissioner Sue.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph. It passes 6-1.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Are we voting for both?
Now, did we vote?
Oh, that is what.
So that was for the development.
So that was development or alley?
Okay.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
Second.
All right, I got a motion by my vice mayor and second by Commissioner Smith. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Gladly. Yes.
Yes. Mayor Michael Joseph? Passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, can
Thank
you
you.
ask through the manager about the update with the Highland Village resurfacing?
Public Work. That's public.
Give us an update if you can tomorrow
Oh, okay.
morning
So that's direction to give us an update
on what's going on with the resurfacing and then the then speed bumps that's supposed to come to that area.
And then also, we add to that? Can we add to the,
Resurfacing and speed bumps, and Commissioner Smith is
I think we have to wait till, isn't there a water project going on
the
there?
water, yeah, the reefer.
Okay.
no, but I want to add to that an overview of how we should look at Highland Village going forward. It's on. You can't hear me? I want to add to that. Let's do an overview of Highland. Good luck, Vanessa, with that baby.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good night.
Congratulations. Thank you again. I'd like to add an overview of Highland Village and how, do we need to put some regulations on there? And especially when they're developing and building, where the construction trucks are coming in and out and where the construction will be parking, et cetera, the workers. That needs to be addressed because it should be on the property as they're building somewhere. But I think we need an overview of the community.
Yeah, we do.
Thank
Move to introduce ordinance number 2025-02, second reading.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
Yeah, we had a small miscommunication as to this ordinance. I had asked that it be pulled, and I guess we failed to adequately communicate that to the clerk. So, I would have mentioned.
Which item is this?
This is 11.1. So
Oh,
I
yes.
asked at this time that it be pulled. It's not quite ready. We have a very substantive policy discussion. It will be for the next meeting.
Okay, do I have a motion?
My motion, so we don't have.
Okay, so you moved it, so Commissioner Smith makes the motion.
I make a motion to
Pull it? I mean, to defer?
no
Defer it to the next.
defer till next meeting.
Second.
Mr. Attorney, can we make sure everything is baked? All this half-baked is not working.
No.
agree.
All
I wrote the word "pull" on it, and we didn't pull
yeah,
it.
it didn't happen. So that being said, it should have been not pulled. It should have been
Deferred.
Deferred. But you put pulled.
But that was going to be pulled for discussion, I thought.
Okay. That being said, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, passes unanimously. Now,
Move to introduce 11.2, ordinance number 2025-03, second reading.
Mr. City Attorney.
Second.
Yeah.
Was there a second?
Oh, do I have a second?
Second.
Item 11.2, ordinance number 2025-03, second reading, amending guidelines for appointments of the Economic Development Commission, sponsored by Commissioners Florimond and Smith. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Section 2-49.7 entitled Guidelines for Appointments of the Economic Development Commission of this Code of Ordinances, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Second reading. Public hearing. Mayor.
What? But it's the second reading. Is this our second reading? No public hearing.
Public
Okay,
hearing.
so now we bring it before the commission. Do it. No. This is
It's a second
This is
reading.
No, on the first reading we have public. Hearing. Yeah, I'm sure. Believe me, I'm sure. So now it's before this. This is 11 point. Say it again. I'm sorry. 11.2, right?
Yeah.
11. Yeah. This is the second. This is before us. Mr. Director, this is your item, right? 11.2.
No,
11
this is
oh.
Phyllis and Jay.
Oh, this is yours. Yes.
Phyllis and Mackenzie.
Okay, so yes, Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Florimond, this is your item.
So this is in relationship to, I took a trip to West Palm Beach, and they have
No, Commissioner.
this economic
Commissioner
program
Smith, this
there.
is
No.
Economic Development Commission, the modification to the, criteria.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, okay, so what they want to say is we're setting up the board, and these are the qualifications for the board. But I also want to say, incorporated some of that in the fact that to get the people, the reason it reads like this is because you do not have to be a resident. You just have to have a vested financial interest, whether you could have you have to be a stakeholder in North Miami Beach. If you own a business, if you are planning to build a business here, or if you have a business tax receipt.
Don't you two decide that when you get the applications? Whether they fit it or not?
No, we want to have requirements required.
The way it read before, we have to make the decision based on how it reads, as far as who can participate, right? But because of some of the issues that we've come across, this is why the legislation is being presented. The legislation is being presented so that people who have interest in making sure our city moves forward economically can participate on this board. So it's necessary for it to be documented. So that's the reason why we're presenting the legislation. Thank you.
Do I have a motion in a second?
I make a motion.
Okay, Madam Clerk, it is a roll call, so please.
Commissioner Smith?
Absolutely.
Yes. Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph? Item passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, next item is 11.3, right?
Move to introduce ordinance number 2025-06, first reading.
Okay,
Second.
Item 11.3, ordinance number 2025-06, first reading, amending water and sewer impact fees, sponsored by the NMB Water Director, and ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, amending Chapter 19, entitled Water and Sewers of the City Code of Ordinances, specifically amending Section 19-11.2, entitled Installing, Repairing, Reading, Testing, Fee Where Seal Broken, Section 19-12.2, entitled Delinquent Accounts Shutting Off Water, Section 19-15.8, entitled Annual Inspection Test Charges, Section 19-16, entitled Turn On and Shut Off Curb Cock to be used by City, Section 19-22, entitled Additional Charge for Expansion and Upgrading of City's Water Facilities, Section 19-23, entitled Fire Flow Demand Charge on New Buildings and Conversions, and Section 19-31, entitled Rates and Charges, to revise the section title and to update the miscellaneous fees and the connection charges from new developments due to updates in NMB's Water Capital Improvement Plan, providing for conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Sponsored by the NMB Water Director.
Mr. Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, and staff. This item before you is the impact fee that there wasn't a studies being conducted by a consultant back in 2019, and it was provided to the department in 2020. Most of our rates are outdated as far as time, like sewer connection and water connection. So we took the initiative of utilizing the existing conducted consulting exercise, and then we considered the CPI index followed by the recommendation from finance. Staff did a lot of analysis and, to put the package together in overall, we're using the base of the recommendation from consultant back in 2020, and then we were adding the 5-year CPI index increase, which is equivalent to 22.5% on top of the recommended rates for every item on Exhibit A, which contains a wide variety of charges from water connection, fire flow fees, backflow prevention, meter inspection, and et cetera, et cetera. And this way, we're trying to bring all our impact fee up to market condition, and we can utilize the collected revenue towards our capital improvement and infrastructure improvement down the road.
What's the time frame?
The timeframe for implementation?
Yeah, completing the study so we can.
The study is completed. We're asking for rate adoption on this item.
So moved.
Wait, well, no. We have to, it's first reading, so it's open up for public comment. Do you have any addition, you have?
No, I'm done.
Madam Clerk, can you open up the floor for public comment?
The floor is open for public comment at this time. You have a 3-minute time limit. Please relate your item, your message only pertaining to this item. Do we have anyone for this item? Mr. Kazan?
Mubarak Kazan, I would be very quick. This water plant have a repetition. No matter how much we raise fees and all of these things, we never get a proper reserve. We always keep spending and blowing out the money. I remembered in 2018, we were able to save over $38 million. And one vendor charged us on that $38,000, spending 35% in consultancy fee. So there you had more than $10 million went away to one vendor who just really didn't do anything to get that money. So we can bring all over the years, we need to raise this, we need to raise that, we need to raise Tara. And that $38 million reserve, I did tell a couple commissioners up there, you should have been asking for an audit how that $38 million were spent. Commissioner Smith, you know about that. Commissioner Fleuryman, you know about that. Commissioner Mayor Joseph, you know about that. And Commissioner Smuckler, you know about that. Wasteful spending. So we could be, I didn't say you guys wasted it. What I'm saying is that you know about the $38 million we had acquired in reserves, and it was blown out before at least 3 of you came on board. But it wasn't too long after you came on board, that money was blown away. And what I'm saying, an audit should be for that $38 million, how it was spent. Here you're going to raise a lot of millions of dollars here, but we do not know how it is going to end up. And maybe it's long overdue, but we do not have a problem making money. What we have a problem is how we spend the money. And we need to be more responsible, not because it was in some of your era, you're going to forget about that $38 million audit. You should, because the fees that we will be raising here at this time really probably didn't need to go that high if we did not squander $38 million earlier. Thank you for having me.
Wait, 1 second.
Any other speakers?
Okay, seeing that. Wait. That being said, public comment is now closed. Commissioner Smith.
Okay, let me apologize because I found this after I had my meeting agenda. There are definitely some corrections. I know it's first reading, but let's get them corrected. On section 19-11.2 on number G, it says the owner's going to be fined $60 each time that they break the seal. And then it says that the city can, once they break the seal a second time, the city can turn it off permanently. However, I think instead of doing that, if they break a seal a second time, or they could get a second $60 fine. I think if they break it a second time, it should go to $150, third time $300. If you go to 1912-2, it says that they're going to immediately, if they break the seal, they can immediately turn off the water. I think it should have with notice. I don't care who did something illegal to turn off the water. If there's infants in there, I think it needs to have within 5 days a notice, or 3 days or something. But they need to be notified they're not going to have water, because you don't know that they might have thought the one time. It's not the second or third time that they don't pay. It's one time delinquent they could shut off the water. If you also look, it says, which I didn't quite understand, because it says that it's a $40 charge for shutting off, and it's $40 for restoring. And then on the next page, it says that it's $25. So I'm not sure, that has to be clarified. That would be under Section 5C. And what was the question was, actually, on 19-15.8, it says that it went from $25 down to $12. So that's unusual for us to go down in service. I wanted to question that. And those are my three things. I'll put them on record, and then we could go over them and see if we need to change this for second reading.
City Attorney, is that, I mean, we can add those changes for second reading, correct?
You can, but the preferable way to do it, you have a lot of options, very open to you. But the most straightforward way would be for you to move to amend the ordinance on first reading right now and get those amendments voted in, and then we'll just conform that language for second reading.
But you have to read the whole paragraph and whatever.
You do not have to do that, Commissioner. We understand the intent.
Okay.
If it's just first reading, so we can be a little bit looser, because the second reading language following your amendments, if adopted, will just come back to you with those changes. You still get to look at it and say, I don't like the way it's worded on second reading.
Okay, so I'd like to make a amendment to make the changes that
I'm sorry to interrupt, I apologize, but I would say that since they're three separate things, you should quickly do each one separately, so because one might get voted down.
Well, okay, but then we'd have to have discussion. I'm saying that, do you want to raise it from $60 to $150 to $300 the third time that they do something, or just have
Well,
two
can't
times?
you just make the motion for all three, and then we'll?
You should have a separate motion on each.
Oh, we have to do a separate one? Oh,
well, because somebody might want to vote against one of them and
Right.
vote for the others.
so,
But
Okay,
you can
but-
certainly have discussion once you make the motion on any of them. If you don't need discussion, you can just move on. But the one that you think bears some discussion, move to amend, get a second, and then you can have discussion and make a
Commissioner Smith,
decision.
before you start, do you want to go allow your colleagues to opine before you make the suggestion? or-
I do, because you actually have to read it and figure out if you want to just say, once they break the law and they cut the thing when you've turned off their water, or when they do that, do you want to have them to have three chances from $60 to $150 to $300? Or do you want to say no, $60 to $150? Or do you want to say what it says, that once they break the seal, then we discontinue the service?
Respectfully, Commissioner, make the motion to amend, get it seconded, and have that discussion.
I have a discussion on that.
Oh, okay.
Of course,
Get
All right.
an amendment on
To
the
the
floor.
director,
So, okay.
I make the motion.
what is the reasoning for the cutoff immediately? Is there a reason for it?
To cut off what, sir?
Once the seal is broken, you want to cut it off immediately. Is there a reason for that?
It's not like immediately. I believe there are certain mechanisms for us to notify the resident, but I have to verify it to ensure. What is before you is not about changing this, code and standard that we have. It's strictly we're targeting and proposing the rate change. But we're talking about the subject of the code. But we will certainly, verify it and address the comments.
Right, but Commissioner brought up that the reading in the fine print says that after they break the seal, then we cut it off. And she doesn't like that. She wants to go from breaking it to 150 or some other number.
And giving no.
It might not be a change. It might have been wrong before, because when it says here under C, there shall be no separate charge for shutting off the water supply for any premises, but in every instance when such shutoffs was originally made for non-payment of any delinquent account or violation of any rule of the city, then it adds the restoring service charge stated in section 912. And here, it says that there will be a restoring charge of $125. And then the second time, $250. And the third time, $370. That's a restoring charge. But it also says that if you cut it off, they're going to immediately shut off your water.
We will definitely look into that I don't want to provide them. information as far as the process on the shut-off. If I'm not certain about it, I have to look into the shut-off process and code, and to give you proper, response.
Yeah,
to that, Commissioner Smith.
I make a motion that I sit with the management of my few changes and bring it back for second reading.
Did anybody take notes of those changes that the commissioner mentioned?
I know Mr. Nick Von did.
I second that.
Yeah, it's too much.
I second it.
All right, I'm sorry.
I second.
Yeah, but you don't need, if you want those changes for second reading, they've been noted by the director. We'll get with the director and we'll bring back proposed changes on second reading.
Right, and then we'll vote on them then.
Yeah, you don't need a motion to
Thank
do
you.
that.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I take it
That's
back.
what I propose.
I take it back.
Wait,
Why?
So we're voting as is now.
we're voting as is.
As is, with proposed changes being.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk.
No, I made a motion that I get with them and that we,
Okay, I'm making a motion to pass this.
I do have a second? All right, Madam Clerk, it's the first reading order, so please do the roll call.
Commissioner Smuggler,
Yes.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Ouch. Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
no.
Vice Mayor Chernoff, Vice Mayor Chernoff,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes, all right, next item.
Yes, sir. Item
Is
11.4.
Introduce
No,
ordinance
first reading.
number
Oh, sorry.
2025-07, first reading.
Do I have a second?
Unsolicited proposals.
Second.
Okay,
Item 11.4, ordinance number 2025-07, first reading. Unsolicited proposals process sponsored by the Chief Procurement Officer, an ordinance to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, establishing a procedure for receiving, accepting, and evaluating unsolicited proposals for qualifying projects pursuant to Florida statutes number 255-065, providing definitions, establishing requirements for review, public interest determination, competitive solicitation, professional review, agreement execution, and confidentiality, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Procurement Director,
Yes,
this is your item. You have a presentation?
yes.
Okay, please, present.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Sharice George Deposois. I am presenting an amendment to, an ordinance for an amendment to Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinances, purchasing, Section 3.5 for public-private partnerships. An overview will be quick. An overview of this amendment is to amend the ordinance to be in alignment with the new House bill that was passed in 2024. It changes the unsolicited proposals process to allow flexibility for municipalities. Overall, it streamlines the statutory pathway to evaluate and adopt unsolicited proposals from the private sector. It safeguards and includes public hearing and the FAR publication to ensure transparency, allowing for the flexibility in procurement. It's a tool to speed up the process for infrastructure development, and but it does not preclude us from doing a full solicitation. So we want to update our current code to be in alignment with the state of Florida statutes. Any questions?
Okay,
For public comment?
okay, Madam Clerk, can you open up the floor for public comment on this ordinance?
Yes. Good evening. The floor is now open for public hearing. Please speak only on the subject matter that is before the commission. Do we have any speakers?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. This, from what I understand of this, is one of the most corrupt one of the most corrupt legislation ever coming out from Tallahassee. Let me repeat, one of the most corrupt legislation ever coming out from Tallahassee. This is like me being a developer or whatever. I walk around the city like a prey in the night, and I see an open land like the tennis courts, and I say, you know what? I'm going to propose to build high rises here. And then I come to the city. I want to build high rises. This is unsolicited proposals. And then you go ahead and you build it. Or the water plant. Our water plant, this would open up so much of vulnerability for public-private partnership. We fought like cats and dogs to bring this water plant back in-house. And an investor like me can go and, hey, I propose I'm going to help you guys with some something at a water plant, but I need a stake in that. And you would have no other alternative but to go ahead and compromise our bread and butter, the water plant, to get into bed, I'm saying bed, with this unscrupulous investor, just like what we did with the Michigan Park. We split it down. Half for a private guy, he came with the exact same thing. Unsolicited proposal. And Mayor Michigan actually threatened the other mayor at that time, and I'm not going to call that name, but he says, if you do this, I'm going to run for office. Again, I do not know my chances, but I'm going to run for office to put you out from office. And what they did, they went ahead, but the caveat was that they would not change the name from Patricia Michigan Park. And that is why they had the name there. But this year, half our library compound is gone because of this unsolicited proposal that we've had in the past. Half the library. And what they're trying to do now is take over the library and kick it away. Actually, the other people before, they were like in bed to get rid of the library back in 2017, but things happened in 2018 that prevented them from doing that. This unsolicited proposal, you tell me it come from Tallahassee, I would believe you, because they're full of it. Thank you very much for having me.
Any other speakers? None's come forward, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a couple of, well, Commissioner Sue was.
Let's close it.
No, she, huh? Oh, yeah, closing public comment. Commissioner Sue motioned she wanted to speak on it, and I'll go down. Commissioner Sue.
Okay, so I was reviewing the statute, and I think there's a couple of things that are missing in there. Looking at, I think this one is 255.065. There's like section 1I6 about qualifying project determinations. There's also another reference point called 2A. I'm going down the list, but basically there's like a lot of things that are missing from the statute, and I'd like to incorporate those into ours, into ours, and to have it complete. So that way we're not skipping any of that. We have an ordinance. Let's see, there's financing and incentives, right? There's the public hearing comments, the ownership and contract flexibility, making sure that we also retain the ownership, providing for commercial leases, etc. Also, there's a requirement for independent cost benefit analysis. The other one is about specifying pricing, financial terms, and I can send you this in an email for the correction if you'd like. Anyway, clarification of also discretion to pursue competitive. I think that, so to my colleagues, I'm going to disclose something with you that is quite worrisome for me. I think that our city has been plagued by a lot of bad deals that we have made. There's Mr. Kazan mentioned a lot of things. I am very worried about that. But I wanted to disclose something, and this is a little uneasy because I was recently contacted by an individual who I consider a friend. He's not a registered lobbyist, offering to coordinate a meeting with me and a firm called AECOM regarding a public-private partnership to modernize the Water City plant. I was informed that the mayor and some commissioners have met with them already. And this outreach really worried me. As soon as I was reading this, I realized like this actually should go through the front door, which is either procurement or the city manager's office. So I conducted my own research and public records, including the Office of Inspector General, reports and media investigations, and I found that this is a pattern that AECOM usually does, which is informal coordination, hiring of politically connected intermediaries, and non-transparent negotiations on major public contracts in Miami-Dade County and other jurisdictions. While I don't presume that this is their intent, these patterns raise a serious concern when mirrored here in North Miami Beach. Importance of the transparency is that we have this statute that allows us to solicit and unsolicited proposals, but I strongly encourage that our P3 ordinance requires solicitation. The option from the statute allows us to have unsolicited, but I think we should have solicited if we want it to be competitive. If we want the best for our residents, I think we should open this out and offer solicitation. I think we should adopt higher standards for all P3s and make sure that NMB is getting the best deal and getting the best option. At this time, I'd actually like to motion. I move that the commission direct the city attorney and the clerk to conduct a full legal and ethic review of AECOM's recent outreach and any activities, determine whether any violations occurred under local, state, county lobbying and ethics or procurement laws, identify whether any city officials participated in undocumented or improper vendor meeting, refer any findings to Miami-Dade Commission Ethics and the Office of Inspector General, report findings to the commission in 30 days. Effective immediately, I'd like to also suspend all city business engagement with AECOM and its affiliates, including meetings, negotiations, and new project proposals until review is complete. Should the investigation confirm improper conduct, ethics violations, and back-channel procurement activities, the commission shall consider a permanent prohibition on entering into any contract with AECOM or allowing them to participate in future solicitations. I also want to develop a city policy or ordinance requiring that all future unsolicited P3 proposals be routed through the city manager's office for initial vetting. No P3 shall move forward unless it is formally and publicly solicited, regardless of statutory minimums. All vendor meetings regarding procurement be publicly noticed or officially logged to ensure transparency and fairness. And in closing, this is not personal. I think it's about public trust. It's time that NMB lifts ourselves out of this cloudy, murky area and bring everything to light. Our infrastructure, we had lost it once. I remember the statement that was said by our mayor. We lost our water plant once. We don't want to lose it again. We don't want to have issues where we're running into a position where we lose control of infrastructure. And let's take this opportunity to make sure that NMB stays transparent. Do I have a second?
For the record, this commissioner sitting right here never even heard of or met with Icon, or whatever it's called. And I'm almost offended that you're making an accusation.
I said some commissioners.
Okay, well, maybe you should name names, because sometimes some could be me or the one next to me or the one next to you or you for that matter. So no, I did not meet with them or speak to them or know who they are.
Excuse me, if I may bring some clarity to what you said. First off, if you notice that the resolution, or the ordinance rather, is for receiving, accepting, and evaluating. So it's just a section of the process. As it exists for the state statute in our current code, they do come through the city manager. They have to be vetted. That is a process under the cone that's very hush-hush because we have the autonomy to say that we don't want to move forward. So that process has not changed through this amendment or our current code. Now, this amendment is simply highlighting the sections of the state statute that we want to formally adopt to be transparent. This does not negate the fact that we can always go out to bid. And that is something that the city manager, myself, the attorneys review to see if that's the best course of action. Typically, that is, depending upon the nature of the project. Now, one of the things that we are clear in the amendment, as with the state statute, is the process of evaluating public purpose. That is the most important thing. And that isn't just, oh, does it look good? Can we use it? But it really looks into everything. You know, who's going to take advantage of it, the community benefit, the cost. We look at our comprehensive plan, how that weighs into our green space. All of these things come into play and are evaluated. And not just in-house, they're evaluated by a third party that the proposer is paying for. We set that price based on what the market is. So we are not taking this lightly. This is just to not only refresh our current policy, which is dated, but to put some more teeth into the process so we are clear on what happens. And so again, this is just a section of it. The other sections about the receipt and the review and the financials and the comprehensive and the interim, that doesn't change because that is statute and that has never changed. The process that we're trying to amend and bring some clarity to is just the receipt, the accepting, and the evaluation. And then we determine what we're going to do moving forward. If we're going to solicit, if we're going to do the meetings that are going to be outlined here, it goes posted on the FAR, which is state statute, which hasn't changed either. We also have, the commission has the autonomy to put it out on the FAR or put it out to bid for 21 to 120 days. So we have even more time to do that.
But I think we put less time than that. Is that correct?
No, that's
the law.
Yes, that's the law. It says 21 to 120, and it gives us the freedom to do a certain amount of days. And then I think I read somewhere in our ordinance that was 30.
That the 30 days is for the proposer to pay us to evaluate. If we choose to move forward, they have 30 days. If we say, hey, after they do their the initial administrative fee, if we say, hey, this is pretty extensive, we like it a little bit, we want to see where this goes, we set a fee based on what the market is, and we'll be leveraging a competitively bid contract to do that. We won't just go out and pick a firm. We'll be leveraging an existing competitively bid contract through our CCNA.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring a bit of clarity to the whole process. This is just a section that needs to be amended and put more teeth in it and transparency for us all. And so I also included kind of a checklist. We're going to go through and make sure that all of those sections are done. The transparency, the public comment, the payment, all of those things have to be done. Yes, the confidentiality, which is in there, that all of that has to be done before we even decide to move forward. And if a bid it is, we'll do that.
Okay. And are we requiring that it's solicited or not?
It depends on the need, and that comes from us having the conversation, the public purpose. It comes from the cost. A lot of things come into play before we make that determination. You know, some things are so sensitive that we don't want to even get in bed with a firm. We don't want to go that route. We think that a bid, because the market is hot in a certain area, or we think that it's more viable for us to look at multiple proposals, multiple developers, kind of like we're doing with the redevelopment of the tennis center. That was not, you know, over the years, people have been vying for that property, but we went out to bid. We followed the state statute, went out for a two-phased approach. We had a kickoff yesterday, to Commissioner Chernoff's point, and that's going out to bid. We'll get those proposals back, the designs back in the next 30 days.
Okay.
You want me to clarify that?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, remember, no, not a ribbon cutting. Remember, we pre-qualified 7 firms. And so over this time that I know it's taken some time, but we've kind of been back and forth, with legal and the county with some things. We can't just dive, face forward into a project of this nature. So now we've brought those 7 firms back. We dust them off. We had a whole 2-3 hour meeting about what's this next phase, the designs we want. We talked about our the community survey that we put out. We had that information for them so they can see. We talked about the surveys, what the residents really want, what they don't want, the community benefit. We stress community benefit. We stress small business involvement, all of the things that you guys have been championing for. We did that yesterday. Yeah, Monday.
But why don't we know it?
Well, this was for, just the. No, but we didn't. No, we sent that in a memo.
I knew about it.
The date did not, to that point, the date did not, but the process. And so we're going. It's happening.
Okay, so let me just put on the record that I didn't speak to anybody about the water plant. Or that particular issue about the water plant, I did not. So let's make that clear.
Icon or Yukon.
I don't know, none of the above.
Or Acorn. Right?
So, again, I apologize. I found these last 3 things that I didn't have a chance prior to talking to the manager with my process that I go through for the agenda review. And I just want to, there's just minor things here so I could bring them up. And I have to say, when it comes to this particular ordinance, I think because we can't afford some of the recreational and some of the needs of the city, we can't afford to build the millions of dollars it costs today, then unfortunately, we have to go out and partner. So I find this to be an excellent avenue to do that, because at the very end, the commission has got to say yes or no. If you don't want it, they can't do it. The commission has to vote on it. So under 2B, it says submit an application fee in the amount estimated by resolution of the city commission. So do we do that before?
So
when do we determine that? How does the city commission vote on that?
Our current code has an amount of $5,000, which is not at all feasible for that undertaking. So once this is passed, or maybe we can establish that in the interim, we can, pose a new administrative fee. We've done some research or some market research of the area, and a minimum of $25,000 is really feasible to get started.
So let's put under B a comma. I'm going to make a motion to submit an application fee in the amount established by resolution of the city.
Hold on. There's already a motion. Does nobody second it?
This is to amend.
No, I'm making a motion to amend.
So there's a point of order as to it, but when you recognize me,
Okay.
the commissioner was recognized. She has the privilege to move to amend the main ordinance on first reading.
Right.
I'm making a motion to amend the submit an application fee in the amount established by resolution of the city commissioner, comma, to be brought forth an amount at a later date. I don't want to leave it open to when I make that motion. Do I get a second to do that?
The chair has to call for the second.
Okay, but chair didn't call yet.
I'll second it.
So we had a motion and a second as the.
To amend to include that the amount of the application fee.
It's asking for us, Mr. Mayor, while you were out, it's asking for the amount of money of a fee to be established by the commission, but it doesn't say when. I said, was it before they brought a project? So I want to just put a comma there and say to be brought forth in a resolution later.
Yeah, you can move to. You have to vote on the amendment. Discussion and vote on the amendment.
So let's vote on the amendment itself. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Okay. The next thing is, I circled publish the written public interest determination in the Florida Administration Register at least 7 days before entering into agreement. I don't know what the Florida Administration Register is, but I just want to make sure somebody's going to take care of that because it has a time limit of 7 days. So do we put registration by somebody? Should we add by who it's going to be done?
We can, that would be by the procurement department.
I make a motion to amend it, adding comma by the procurement department so we can hold somebody responsible for the 7-day deadline.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and there's one last one. It says under D, I don't know what number D is, under D of 3, it says, it says professional review pursuant to blank, blank, blank. If the proposal involves architectural engineering or landscape design services, the municipality must obtain a professional review by a licensed expert to ensure compliance with quality, safety, substantiability, and functional requirements. Should we add comma if needed?
It'll always be needed.
It always needs it?
It's infrastructure.
Okay. I didn't know because it's under already a proposal. Then we don't need to do that. And it also says under 2 little i's, 30 days has elapsed since the close of the proposal period. An unsolicited proposal is exempt for no longer than 90 days after initial notice by the responsible public entity's acceptance of a proposal. It's right in there. Or rejection of a proposal. Okay, thank you. That was it for that one.
Excuse me, Commissioner Sue, can you spell the name of that company again? Is it?
It's AE and then COM.
But one word.
One word.
What is that?
AECON.
That's the company that came to solicit, like, to talk to me about a potential project.
Madam Clerk, Madam,
So
Mr.
Mr.
City.
Can we ask for, did you ask for a second on my?
Well, as a point of order, Mayor, first of all, there does have to be a second that's, the chair asks for that. But before you move to that even, let me just point out that although we rarely invoke something called single subject rule, the item that's before us
doesn't have that.
It's first reading of an ordinance.
That's not even germane to.
Yeah, there has to be not only some germanity, but there were 2 things at least. Now, I don't have a written copy of it. I haven't seen it or heard about it in advance, but I heard 2 things. One of them has to do with an investigation of a particular company and its practices county-wide, and I don't think I got everything. A second thing had to do with the method by which we will conduct some kinds of procurement, not necessarily germane to this ordinance. So those are at least 2 separate things that really can't be contained in any kind of a single motion, notwithstanding that they're not germane here. But as to the second one is procurement, whether that's a discussion item for the future or something that can go on. But on the first thing, I just would like to go on record as to the so-called investigation. Anyone who's familiar with the recent history of North Miami Beach over the last 10, 15, 20 years has seen that there have been times when a so-called internal investigation was launched, often under the auspices of a city attorney. And I think it's not a surprise to anyone to say that some of those cases were unwarranted, unauthorized, politically motivated, weaponized, or abused. I have a policy about that. We are not an investigative agency. I'm not a prosecutor. I've never been one. The city attorney's office lacks the tools that investigators use. We don't subpoena people. We don't drag people in and demand statements from them. I don't think that the city attorney's office is equipped for that kind of investigation, notwithstanding that I've seen it done in this city wrongly on many occasions. My policy is there are bodies that do those investigations and have the tools and the training and the background. Like I said, I've never been a prosecutor. There's the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics and Public Trust. There is the Office of the Inspector General. There is the Miami-Dade County State's Attorney's Office if there's criminality involved.
Yeah.
And my personal policy, I mean, I work for you, and if I'm directed to do something, I must do it. But my policy is if there are allegations that someone is acting unethically, improperly, or illegally, I'm happy to make the referral. The person who believes there's something wrong can make the referral. I'm certainly happy to pass it along to the proper investigating authorities, but I don't want to get into this tit for tat that's been in this city. It's called weaponization, and I don't want to be any part of it. If there's a problem, let's send it to the people who have no stake in this city, who are not, frankly, directly answerable to you on the dais, that are independent and that can conduct a proper investigation.
To your point, City Attorney, everyone has the ability to reach out to the County Ethics Commission, to the County State Attorney, to the Attorney OIG, or the AG, if you want to go that route. There's many of them. But to use city resources because you believe a certain thing without, that to me seems like we're going backwards.
If directed, I'll make that referral to myself.
Yeah, well, let that
if
person.
Somebody, you're correct. Anybody can do that. I don't mind making the referral, but I just don't choose to have our office, because inevitably someone will say, well, you're just doing this because somebody or some group on the commission told you to do it. That's not what we do.
No, and like I said, this has happened in the past, and without people being fully informed. I think everyone up here are adults. They know who to contact. You can refer them to whoever they want to refer. You want to refer them to, because they're a myriad of investigative arms that can go in. And also, look, this is another thing.
And they're independent.
Right? I will say this. I've seen a lot of things, and you pointed out to the fact of how the past has been, in the past, how your office has been weaponized and what have you. And
the city attorney's office.
Well, the city attorney's office. I'm sorry, the city attorney's office in the past. That's happened a bunch of times. All right? And I think Commissioner Smith remembers how weird it got when certain people had that ability, or like when the rabbit gets the gun type of situation, and it was very acrimonious. I think our city is trying to move to a more forward focus. If you have an allegation, go to the authorities. Nobody's stopping you. You have every right, like any other citizen. That's why those offices are there. But to allude to something and then say, I want to then use resources to back that up is not. I don't think that's the proper course. I don't think that's the proper course at all. We got a lot of things we got to worry about that's on this agenda. This wasn't germane to the subject. This wasn't by no means. And I want to just move forward with the ordinance, because, like I said, it's 11:28. Okay.
Call the question.
All right. So I have all right. So I got a motion and a second based on the ordinance as amended by Commissioner Smith.
Excuse me,
Madam.
hang on. I know you and the attorney have been speaking for a while, and I'd like to say something about that. So I understand what his stand is about, we not wanting to weaponize anything against anyone, especially anyone on this dais. I am assuming that whoever had spoken to AECOM may have not known that this was not appropriate to do. Now, if they are proposing something, if you do your research on this, the Miami-Dade OIG has had several reports of this type of action, and I do not want our city to get involved in that because it became a mess. And this is the reason why I'm asking, mainly, it doesn't have to be an investigation. Can we suspend anything until we decide on what we're going to do with our P3, so that we can, in this ordinance, once we decide on that, then we can suspend any action that is going to happen about it. That's what I'm asking.
What's the offense if somebody speaks to somebody? What's the offense? I mean, not
So-
that they're willing to do it or anything. If somebody approaches you to tell you, I want you to know I'm buying the statue, I'm in it. I'm buying the Statue of Liberty. If somebody approaches you, you have the right to say, nice to have met you, you're crazy. I mean, where's the offense?
And just because they said they spoke to somebody doesesn't actually mean
Exactly.
that they
No,
said
that's what
that
I'm
they
saying,
did.
that it has no offense to anybody else.
I think
What
your
I'm
point is that
trying
you
to
don't-
say is that, like, I've been reviewing the practice of this company, and I'm raising a red flag to the dais, my colleagues here, can we possibly put a suspense on it? Anything that they want to, I mean, I'm sure they're listening. I don't know if they are. Most likely, yes.
Okay, so that being, okay, since,
Parliamentarian, what's happening?
no, right now we have a motion and a second. I'm gonna we have a motion and a second to call the question.
And I also had a motion.
It wasn't seconded. Now.
Do I have a second for my motion?
The mayor calls for that, not the individual.
We have a-
To procurement, as it relates to the tennis center, and does this have any retroactive effect on that conversation or no?
No.
Okay, just wanted to make.
Again, we can still solicit through this.
Okay.
This doesn't stop solicitations.
Okay.
So the trajectory that the tennis center is on currently continues, right?
Yes,
Without a problem.
for sure.
Okay. Just make. Thank
I
you.
just want to know why would we suspend this? One have nothing to do with the other.
I know, but I'm not, that's not happening. There's not a second
Mayor,
on.
if the motion is proper, you call for a second. If you rule the motion non-germane.
It's not germane.
then
It's not germane.
call
It's not germane.
It's out of order.
So that being said, I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call?
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes 7-0.
Mayor,
Move
before
to
we move to
introduce.
the next item, I just want to say on the record, if anyone has a matter that they think requires investigation, bring it, or if you request our office, we'll make a referral.
Yeah.
But we're not an investigative agency.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
can I just say one thing? And I'm going back to Mayor Mishkan and then George Vallejo that I've sat with. They used to give the telephone number. Anybody there that wants to call, here's the phone number, call.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 100% yes, ma'am.
Well, look, see, okay, so to your point, right? Wait, to your point. This is what I'll say. I'm taking a point of personal privilege. I saw a couple of stuff that's coming on this agenda that even though, like, because certain people don't know what we've done in the past, and I'm going to just pick one item because I know it was on consent. I had no issue with it. No, it wasn't FIFA. It was the state attorney. Now, it was the state attorney, we passed it, right? However, we already have an agreement with them. We already have it. Point.
I wasn't notified.
But no, what I'm saying is that one thing, what I'll say to the clerk, because we need to get a handle on this because, as she pointed out, she did not know about it, right? I saw it as, I'm like, okay, that's what Commissioner Sue wants to do, but we already have this agreement. We passed it last year.
Don't we do every year?
Yeah, it's supposed to happen. I don't even know how this conflicts with it. I don't. No, we did.
Every year.
We do it every.
We do it every year.
We passed it.
But here's the point. We can't know about everything. We cannot. It's up to us. If you're going to put something on as a resolution, somebody should say, Commissioner, that's wonderful. We already have it. Honestly, we don't
I
need
didn't
it.
want to just like pull it
Somebody
and
should tell her.
pull it for. I didn't want to pull your thing.
No,
but
I
we did
did.
this
I mean,
every
I
year.
wouldn't mind it to pull it if it was actually in existence already.
Well, no, we.
Now, I
actually have
wasn't told
no,
about that.
No, we have a partnership. They have ability
Have
to.
to have it.
Yeah.
We do this every year.
We do this every year. So that's why when you said this, when I saw the item, I'm like, okay. And you said to your point, you said you didn't know.
No, but here the partnership. There's always a partnership between the state attorney's office. My point was that they needed this so that they could come in and have office hours. Did you? And I don't know what that resolution is.
I see what she's saying. She's mentioning it's similar to what has been done with the tax collector.
Exactly. That was the model. If there was something previous, it was unknown to me either.
Well, no, like I said, we have other. I think we have to look at how we document our resolutions in that sense. We have to do
Yeah.
job on that.
I agree.
And because in the same vein, because give me a point, because this is important, because a lot of times people are trying to take the lead on certain items or issues, not understanding that we've tackled some of those issues, not understanding that there's law that's tied to those issues, county or otherwise, and there has to be some type of a check and balance and an education. This does exist, because even some of the before, like for me, when I decide to move a piece of legislation, I say, hey, have we done this before? Can you look up the history to see if there's anything similar, so I won't be reinventing the wheel? And like a lot of times, like there's a lot of things that we've passed and that prior commissioners have passed that are still in the books, to the point that I didn't even know that the vice mayor was the one that did the whole 12 o'clock thing. But he educated me. I really didn't. I thought it was just like a decorum type of thing, but this was actually written in the books to say, hey, yeah.
What did he do?
He passed the resolution saying 12 o'clock.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Yes. So I didn't know that until that was brought up. Now, when I do write the legislation, when it comes to the way we do our processes or whatever, I have to understand that we do have an ordinance that speaks to the fact of how often we speak, that I have to take in consideration to the overall. That's why I have to be a little bit more nuanced, and I ask everybody to understand that you might have a vision, but also understand there might be other things out there that might conflict and will just, will become a wrinkle moving forward or just become counterproductive.
And one of those, Mayor, is the electronic voting system that Vice Mayor brought to the commission that he still urges all the time that we should do that might save time. Isn't that right, Vice Mayor?
Absolutely. Vice Mayor, that is, look, Vice Mayor, one thing I will say is that there's I'm looking forward to our Sunshine meeting, because we're going to have it to discuss that issue, as well as the.
Bring it on.
I know. As well as the issues, tied to our decorum as a group, as when it comes to recognizing, because Commissioner Smith said something, and I want to make this, and I think that's a good point. I gave a mayoral stuff, but it should just been on behalf of the mayor and commissioner, like that type of thing, and I'll take that into consideration for other types of distinctions, because I want everybody to feel like this is not. I just thought it was a nice thing and it was cool, but I respect the fact that she would to when we mentioned the celebrating. The former manager, that it should be a collective, because that was a massive win, a massive win, and that is something that I don't know. Can you? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to address one thing before we go on. Why is there nothing on our agenda about the job of the new manager going out?
No, I think they worked out the notice. I got an email about this as well. It's being worked out.
I got an email and I gave.
Where did it go out?
I believe it's being worked on. It's going to be the advertising going out, yeah, and it's in the actual report.
Sorry, excuse me, Mayor and Commissioner. I believe, procurement together with HR, they sent out the prior post, asked you all what you like, what you don't like, what you're looking for.
I gave an opinion.
I gave yeah.
So respond to that, and then they'll start moving forward with the posting.
So another 2 months before we.
No. We said we have to give it up, and then they'll put out the posting.
Are you still waiting for responses from us? Yeah. Okay, so if we don't respond by.
Then we'll find what's being proposed.
No, not even the end of the week, by Thursday. If we don't respond by Thursday, 5 p.m., then that's it, we're not responding. And please proceed.
By Thursday, 2 days from now?
Well, they sent it out a week ago.
Well, no, do you need additional time, Commissioner?
No.
Vice Mayor?
Okay, so.
So what
so Wednesday, 5 p.m.
I've gone a little bit off topic. You've heard some of the direction. I don't want to.
We'll be here till Wednesday at 5.
But you hear the concerns. That being said, if somebody wants to respond, please do so at the earliest convenience. Can I go back to the agenda? Sorry.
And Madam Procurement Director, when you've gotten, and Mr. HR, when you get those before you publish it, please run it past me, but only after you've got the comments. I don't want to.
Move to introduce resolution number R
before you-
2025.
Vice Mayor, in the interest of being proactive, because we have 20 minutes and at least 4 legislation items, including the TPS item, and if we don't act on it, you won't have any millage. So can we extend now 15 minutes?
Can we?
please?
I'll extend for 10. Extend for 10. I'll do the 10 minutes. Do I have a motion? Yeah,
10
Yeah,
minutes, just till,
15.
I say we do it till 12:30 and then.
All right, 12:30.
No, but
Okay, 12 to 15. Can we just
if we
agree
do it till
Vice Mayor?
12:30, we don't have to talk.
All right, so we'll extend to 12:15.
And then you can do more if you
Yeah, if we need. Do I have a motion in a second?
Yeah,
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Item 1.5.
Resolution number R 2025-111, establishing the proposed millage rate.
Second.
Somebody second.
Second.
Item 11.5, resolution number R 2025-111, establishing the proposed millage rate for the levying of ad valorem taxes for the fiscal year 2025-26, brought by the Budget Administrator. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, establishing the proposed millage rate for the levying of ad valorem taxes for the City of North Miami Beach for fiscal year 2025-26, commencing October 1st, 2025. The calculated rolled back rate and the date, time, and place for the first and second public budget hearings as required by law, directing the city clerk and city manager to transmit this resolution with to the property appraiser of Miami-Dade County pursuant to the requirements of Section 200.065 Florida statutes and the rules and regulations of the Department of Revenue for the state of Florida, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. This item is brought, again, by the Budget Administrator. It is required by law that the proposed millage rate, the rolled back rate, and the amount by which, if any, the proposed millage rate is above the rolled back rate must be read into the record, as well as establishing those dates.
Okay. All right. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Commission, City Attorney, City Clerk, and and the Office of the City Manager. I am Sharon Stewart. I'm here to present the maximum millage for fiscal year 25-26. So just a brief information, we receive our certified value from the property appraiser on July 1st, sorry. I'm a little tired. All right. And right now, it shows that our valuation is at $5.7 billion, which is an increase of about 6.85% or $366 million over the current fiscal year. All right, so what I have here is a chart that shows the millage rate right now. If we actually adopt the proposed millage at 6.1, we will have 4 consecutive years where the millage rate remains at 6.1. Okay, a little history on our debt. So we do have a debt service that we have to pay. The millage on that and what it is to basically pay for our debt. Our bonded debt is 0.2000, and this is a number that actually is basically written in stone because it's what is necessary in order to pay for the debt in terms of the schedule that we have for the bonded debt that that the city issued in 2011. So combined, we show that if we recommend and it's adopted the operating millage at 6.1 plus the debt millage at 0.200, that would mean our total millage for the city for the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 would be 6.3 mil. This is a chart here that represents how the impact would be on a homesteaded property within the city. So I have it basically set at 300, and 309. So for fiscal year 24-25, if we had the average property, homesteaded property, that's valued at the property appraiser's office has assessed value at 300,000. Based on the 6.1 millage rate, the property tax bill will be $1,830. Fast forward to fiscal year 25-26, if we keep our millage at the same, the property value would increase by about 3%, no more than that if it's homesteaded. And that's basically because that Florida has a Save Our Homes amendment where the homesteaded property cannot be increased more than 3% in the assessed value. So that would mean that the property that was valued currently at 300 will go to 309,000, and that would be a $9,000 change. So the property tax bill would increase by $54.90 or $4.58 per month. Basically at the end now, I'm recommending, and staff here is recommending as well, that the millage rate for the next fiscal year is at 6.1 is what's recommended, and the debt service, that's basically set in stone. It's going to be at 0.2000.
Would you put the rollback rate and the increase on the record, please?
Okay. All right, so the rollback rate, yes, then bring it back, please.
This is it?
Yeah. All right, so this chart represents the rollback rate, and the rollback rate is 5.6914, and that would actually generate the same amount of taxes as it would for the fiscal year that we're currently in. So with that being said, the amount of revenues anyway that would be determined on that would be at 32.4 million. That's at the rollback rate, but since we're not proposing that, we are recommending the 6.1. The amount that will be generated here would be 34.7 at 6.1 mils.
And the proposed rate is how much higher than the rollback rate? Can you just put that on the record?
Okay, that's
calculated?
It's in the resolution there, and I didn't. Yeah, it's in the resolution. I don't have the resolution right in front of me. Would you mind telling me, and I can just say it?
Do you have a copy of the resolution? I'll put it on the record. The proposed rate is 6.100, as just said. The rollback rate
5.6
is 5. Well, it's 5. I'm sorry, I'm looking for it here.
5.6914.
5.6914, and the increase is 0.4086 mils higher than the rollback rate.
Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so that means that we're setting it at between 5.69 and 6.1.
You're setting it at 6.1.
6.1.
Right.
You can lower it.
You can lower it from now till the time we vote on it, but you can't go higher.
Right. You can lower it to, well, let me qualify that, but you can lower it at the first budget hearing. You can lower it at the final budget hearing. You can lower it to anything you want to, but you're correct to say you cannot go above the 6.1000, except there are some very arduous, unusual procedures if there was some kind of urgent problem. But basically, your answer is correct. You really can't practically raise it above the 6.100, which is the same rate you've had for 4 years.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, whatever, you can lower it. The problem is that they're working on the budget, and they're going to work on the budget based on what number we say. So I have a resident that has said, when are you giving money back all the new money that comes in, all the new revenue, when are you giving it back to the city and to the residents? When are you giving it back to the residents? So my question always is the same. What happens to the money? Where is the money? I would like to roll it back, as I said to the manager, to 6.0, because the difference is $500,000. But I don't think that it behooves us to roll it back. What I do think behooves us is to pass some legislation, how that money is going to be spent, so that our streets could be cleaner and our signs could be corrected and we have more code enforcement, whatever it takes. So if we're going to stick to 6.1 and that's going to be, we get $2 million more,
Well,
$2 million, could we just see what happens to the money?
Well, what I'll say, wait, Madam City Attorney.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I will say is this: things, they're just like the county is seeing some headwinds. We will see them too. I understand there's certain developments. Knock on wood. Thank you, Commissioner. But we've seen certain developments go into bankruptcy. The one off of 19th is going on bankruptcy. We have a couple of developments that. Yeah, there's a bankruptcy cell right there.
What?
So we're looking at some arduous times coming. I want us to be, I don't want to, reduce the quality of service. I understand in the budget process, we're able to talk more and to figure out what we will do with that.
Somebody will buy it.
With that additional income, but I don't want us to lock us up because the county and everyone else sees these headwinds, and now they're just saying we're not giving they've already started doing cuts in how they're going to raise gas tax now to a degree, right? Because they see the shortfall coming. And that being said, I want us to be cognizant of that, and I don't want us to tire our feet given the situation. So I just want us to I think 6.1 is a good top level, and then we'll work out with the staff. But I don't want to lose the quality of service at all for the residents. I don't.
Mr. Mayor, add one thing. She gave an assessed value of $300,000. When you find houses here that are assessed for $300,000 that have been sold in the last 2 years, let me know. There is no such thing. So really, it's $54 per household. It isn't. It's going to be, where some of the neighborhoods, Sky Lake, Eastern Shores, some of the Pickwick on the lake, some of the neighborhoods, they're going to be affected. My neighbor pays $125,000 a year for taxes, and he's going to be low compared to the properties that are being sold now for $6 million.
I would assume that he has a homestead, right?
Even with the homestead, what's that, 50,000 off? 50,000 off of a $5 million purchase?
No, but 3%.
No, the 3%.
No, but they don't get the 3% cap. It goes up now to.
How's
to
that?
That was capped. That was changed.
No.
When, Jay?
No. Whoa, you can't. No, that cap, it hasn't changed?
I don't think so.
No,
No.
They have a 3% cap, but it used to be
3%.
that they could only charge you 3% more than what you're paying. Not anymore. That was changed.
The appraised
on the appraised
the
value.
taxable value,
It's-
not the market value, but
Yeah.
the taxable value
Taxable
only goes
value.
up by 3%. What the charges against that is a separate issue, but it's calculated. What's capped at 3% is the taxable value to which the millage is applied. But let me say, by law, Commissioner Smith, by law, and you said it right, you set this proposed rate now. When you do your budget, you have the privilege of deciding, is this money that's generated going to be used to actually drop it, or do you invest it in specific services or improvements that people call for every meeting? The answer is legislation to say what you're going to do with the money. That's the budget.
You have to start thinking about
That
that
is the
now.
budget.
No, but that's the discussion in the budget. So I don't want to belabor the point. So I have a motion.
So moved.
I have a second.
The dates, just for the record,
All
because I want to be sure the dates are read in the record too. I apologize. But the dates that are specified, which have been discussed previously, is that the first budget hearing will be held on Monday, September 8th, 2025 at 6 p.m., and the second budget public hearing shall be held on Thursday, September 25th, 2025 at 6 p.m., both at the offices of the City of North Miami Beach in the Commission chambers on the second floor. That's in the record.
So I have a motion and a second. This is a resolution, so it's a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Mayor, on this one, go
Okay.
ahead.
right.
Oh, on the record? So, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Florimon.
And
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smuckler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sue.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Item 11.6.
Wait,
I'll move
I
to
just would
introduce.
like to add that the maximum millage rate has to be provided to the county by August 4th. So that's all.
Move to introduce.
The administration
resolution.
will
May,
undertake
may I
providing.
ask her a question before we proceed?
no, go ahead,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
So I was trying to look in my emails, but I couldn't find anything. Are we still using the Caballero Feuerman for audit services?
No, it's CBiz. They're a consultant. CBiz we're using. CBiz is the audit firm.
So, and that's been done already because it was due June 30th.
The audit
No,
is
it's not.
ongoing.
It's not June 30th?
Yeah, the audit is due June 30th, but it's still ongoing. We haven't met that
Well, I
deadline.
can't, I'm sorry, I can't, you're,
No, let Commissioner Smucker finish, please.
no, I didn't hear him. My question is, did we already turn in the, I thought the order was due June 30th, but he's saying it's not.
No, you're correct, Commissioner. The audit is due June 30th, but we're behind. We're hoping to get that done
August.
before August, late July, August. This is something that we've put measures in to fix moving forward. We've been late with submitting for the last couple of years, so we're taking measures to improve that so it doesn't happen in the future. But to answer your question directly, you're correct about that, but we are not ready to submit yet.
So we filed an extension?
Commissioner, yes, you tell them that basically you're not going to meet the deadline. There's no extension. The rule is the rule, and June 30th is the deadline. So, for example, last year we submitted it October 14th instead of June 30th, and that's what the domino effect is because we started very late last year. This year, just briefly, the city commission approved the auditor's contract December, and the auditors didn't get the contract fully executed, and the notice to start the audit until February.
When did they? So they didn't get it. When was it fully executed?
February 2025.
That's when it was? So it was approved. Wait, why did it take
So
long?
the fiscal year ends September 2024, and September 30th.
Time.
Yes. No.
I may.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the consequence of our submitting our budget late?
It's the
I
audit.
mean,
the
apart from,
audit.
you know, we
The audit.
It's the audit budget.
Sorry, audit, the audit. To the
It's
state.
it's a red flag. There is you are basically not in compliance, and to be in compliance, you have to submit it on time. Quite honestly, there's other cities also that they haven't met the deadline too. So it depends on what the state is looking at, who they're gonna look at first.
Well,
But
no,
you are not in
you know what I found out? I don't know if you guys got that email, but they sent me an email. Doge sent me an email. Florida Doge.
The Department of Efficiency.
Yes, Florida Doge sent me an email. And no, I'm just saying it was, and I think I don't know if I forwarded on.
Yes,
I did forward it on, right?
What the email say?
Well, okay, no, I mean, I would. Can you do me a favor and have that email shared?
Commissioner?
With my mayor, because I thought it was because I get a lot of these emails as mayor.
They send it to the mayors of the cities.
Yes, but every mayor got an email from Florida Doge in regards to them having like any access. So that has happened. That's currently happening. So
Move to introduce resolution number R 2025-112.
I would.
We'll share that letter with the entire commission. Thank you.
I have a second. So thank you so very much.
Seconded. Okay, item 11.6, resolution number R 2025-112, approving the qualified firm for RFP 2025-018, engineering consulting services for Texas U-turn roadway. This is the Texas U-turn one project with CTS Engineering, Inc., sponsored by the Chief Procurement Officer. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a single qualified responsive and responsible respondent to request for proposal RFP-2025-018 Engineering Consulting Services for Texas U-Turn Roadway Project, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with CTS Engineering, Inc., and if negotiations are unsuccessful, to resolicit the project.
Make the motion to vote.
Wait.
Second.
Okay, so wait, let her go through her presentation.
The presentation isn't really necessary, just some homework on Texas U-turn. But I do want to talk about the solicitation. It's noted here in the memo, but what we're asking for is to negotiate with the single respondent. So we put this out, we extended it, we got feedback from one respondent. We did go through the motions, of course, of an evaluation committee. That included the Eastern Shores HOA member, our community development, our public works CIP. So we did our due diligence in this. We had closed meetings with to ask questions with the engineering firm, CTS. That was satisfied, we scored, and we felt comfortable to move forward. Because this has been going on for a while, I requested a proposal up front, after we went through negotiations, because we wanted to see what we were in store for. And the numbers are here.
What are they?
100,000.
How much?
700.
No. 700 plus the PD&E of 1.2 million. So we're looking at almost a $2 million project. And this is just the feasibility and the study, the going back and forth with FDOT. This isn't the design, this isn't.
There's your $2 million.
That's $2 million. Wait.
Wait, could,
I thought this was I didn't think this.
it was 700.
I thought it was it was in $2 million.
no, the thing is as they go along, if they don't see that there's possible, they spend $200,000 and they don't see it's possible. My understanding, and the manager was going to check, my understanding is then they're going to stop. You're paying the first phase up to 700.
Right.
But you may not pay it at all if they find there's no feasibility. Once that's established there is a feasibility, then phase 2 is how you go about it to get it done for $1.2 million.
Okay, so wait.
To further clarify my understanding of this resolution, Ms. George, correct me if I'm wrong, this is not the contract that you're approving. This is authorization for procurement to negotiate a contract. That contract would still have to come back to the commission for final approval. So they can negotiate, see if they can get the price down, but you'll still see it before it'll be negotiated, but you have to approve.
Yeah.
But I wanted to put that number out there, so when
Wait. Hey, the reason why that's a lot. Whoa, that is a lot. And the reason I say this is because I've had to the prior, like I've I understand the why this has been sought off, but and I just want to make clear because on the record, because there's stuff in I've seen correspondence that like there was some type of a study done in this regard initially unofficially, and it said what can and cannot be done. I don't know if that study is incorporated into this, but I remember the former manager brought that up to me, and I understand that 700. I'm like, okay, so the 700. That's how I saw it. 700 is was the max, as Commissioner Smith. But I also want to put in there. I mean, I want everybody to feel that we've done everything we could have possibly have done. Let me be very clear. To mitigate a lot of concerns out of Eastern Shores. Everything we could have possibly done. That being said, the measures in regards to stopgaps, I want that in that contract saying like I don't want them to blow past 750. Like had you pointed, if there has to be measures in there that stop them at certain levels. You understand what I'm saying, Commissioner Smith?
Things I just want to quickly say. Number one, if his taxes are going up $3,600 a year from the $120,000 that he pays, or $125,000, I think people are entitled to something. There's no pool, there's no nothing. But the big thing is, this is a question in my mind of saving lives. Absolutely, it's a question of saving lives. There's no way in an evacuation. There's no way we can. And I hope Sunny Isles will join in with us.
Well, no, put that in. I guess put some of those conditions as we're stressing that they look into that. but the stopgaps, I would like that to be put on that contract, saying like, because I don't want them to blow through I need them to have like measures or
That's right.
or-
If they see a place where need,
and that we are following up with them on those. I forget what it's not measures. It's called something
Kind of
else.
off ramps,
Milestones.
or off ramp. So that is what the first phase is simply the feasibility. And you mentioned a kind of unofficial study happening in the past, and it was about $700. 700,000. Sorry, 700,000. 700,000. And so their level of effort came back at 699.7. So about 700,000 as well, right? That is the off ramp. After the feasibility, yay or nay?
Well, I need that to be like what Commissioner Smith pointed out.
She
It will still
she
come
said it
back
perfectly.
to you. It
No,
will come back to you
Okay.
for approval.
Okay.
And let me add,
Yes, that's
if you have anything else that you are interested in seeing in the contract,
No, I just want those.
I have a
please
question.
email
Yes.
Ms. George or me or both or the manager, or the assistant or the deputy, and any other thoughts that you'd like to see in the contract. We can see if those are possible to negotiate, and then we'll bring that back to you.
We only have 10 minutes left.
I know.
I don't think we're ready to make a $2 million decision.
No, we're not. No, we are
in
not.
10
Wait.
minutes.
No. We're not gonna. No. Hang on. The reason. No. I'll clarify. I don't want to belabor the point in regards to this item. Right. It's gonna come back to us regardless.
Right.
We're not voting on it. We're not voting on it officially. And I want everybody in these. We're just to negotiate. And I want everybody in our great Eastern Shores to know that we've done everything we can to alleviate some of their fears and see whatever is possible. So we're only voting to negotiate. That's all.
We're voting to negotiate.
In a second already.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Are we voting to negotiate?
Call the question.
Are we voting to negotiate
And for
to actual, because you said there's only one vendor, right?
Yes.
So this one vendor is expecting after the negotiation to actually begin the work.
Yep.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, after we come back with the contract, then yes.
It still is a $2 million contract potentially, right?
we're
I just wanna put that on the record. That is and I also want to know what the funding source is going to be for it. What is the funding source for the $2 million for this study?
Okay, first thing is we're asking to request to negotiate, okay? In the negotiations, we're looking at the number as well, and this is the level of effort that goes into it. Even after we say, if we come to a good negotiation, we bring the contract back, we move forward. That off-ramp is still the feasibility study. After that is done, we still have to come back to see if we're gonna move to the next phase.
Also understand, we're adding additional, like those measures as pointed to city, as you mentioned, city attorney. So, like I said, we're adding milestones.
Yes.
Because that 250, that makes sense.
Yes.
And that's a valuable, so please, when you go into negotiation, that's gonna be a catch-all. So that being said, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Wait, okay, who opposed? Okay, so did you vote for it, or? Okay, so it passes now. You have a point of personal privilege on that, on the matter that passed.
Yes, on this matter.
Mayor, can we extend another 10 minutes? We have 6 minutes left. 6 minutes, and we've got 4 items that were pulled from the consent.
No, I will extend on those 4 permanent items till 12. No, on those 4 items till 12 to 12:20, because there's only 4 items that we're going to focus on. 12:25. Those 4 items, just those 4 items. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, so just those 4 items that regarding resolution.
The ones that were
Mayor,
pulled,
thank you for the
remaining legislation.
Just the legislation.
How about voting on this?
Mayor,
Yes.
sorry, can I also get the appointments?
No.
Okay. Just we're only voting on can you name out the 4 legislations so we just 4.
But I could have miscounted. There's
Yes,
at least
there are
2
4.
items of legislation.
No, but we're just voting on 4.
I think there's
Just
5.
the ones that are pulled, the legislation and the poll list, Mayor.
Well, no, just
And the
Things that were
TPS.
pulled for discussion from the consent agenda, you need to at least do that.
that's in this.
And
Those are in
TPS.
discussion. I'm talking about the legislation.
They're not pulled.
No, they were pulling the discussion. I'm talking about just the legislation. Madam
Whatever
Clerk.
your pleasure is. Mayor,
Okay, just
whatever
the legislation, just for the 4 pieces of legislation that were pulled. So that being said, that are in legislation, and the clerk knows that. So that being said, we passed this particular item
That's passed. Yes.
All right, so Madam Clerk,
person
what's the next piece of legislation?
Put me as a yes on the last vote, please.
11.7.
11.7.
Mr. Mayor.
You had given.
Oh yeah, on the issue.
Thank
Jermaine.
you. Okay, so I think the
Record me
interim
as a
city
yes.
manager was speaking to one of the residents in Eastern Shores, and he mentioned the section 24-170. Did you further explore that? If not, should we direct the city attorney to find out if there's something we can do about that?
The community development director was in the meeting,
Yes,
taking notes, and he's going through the booklet, and he's looking at all the points that were brought up.
Okay, yeah, because there's a chance that we can get the developer to fund this. So it's actually in our code already. So I don't, but we're exploring the possibility.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Okay, I just wanted to put that on. Thank you so
Mayor,
much.
move to appoint the two appointments.
No, we have to do 11.7, the TPS.
11.7, Commissioner, Vice
All
Mayor.
right, 11.7, please.
Item 11.7, resolution number R. Well, okay, there was a motion to approve it?
Yes.
Is there a second, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
We have a second.
Yes.
Okay, Resolution R 2025-113, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the launch of a pilot initiative, temporary protected status, community legal support program in an amount not to exceed $75,000, and authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date, sponsored by the whole commission.
Mayor and Commission. Mayor and Commission.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Absolutely.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's number one.
Could I,
It's in the, wait. Where's the,
There's a proposal attached. We put it out. Apparently, it was solicited to at least 4 law firms. We got one proposal back. The proposal's actually for 50, so the 75 has some wiggle room in it because the proposal attached says that it's amount not to exceed 50. So you're approving 75 in case the manager would have to come back. It's been approved by you if they're miscellaneous
Don't have to
expenses.
Waste any time.
correct.
Because you're going to be not in session for quite some
I
time.
have a
But the proposal attached is not to exceed 50.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Commissioner Daniela Jean as Vice Mayor effective September
wait,
1st, and appointing Juana Thomas to the Commission on Aging Senior Citizens Board,
I got
Advisory Board.
I recognize you. I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, so
Thank
we
you.
we did one.
The next item moved to legislation was
that's the-
911.
That's the second piece.
That
of
was
legislation.
moved to legislation. It's item 911
That's
from
the
the
second
list.
piece of legislation.
Wait, hold
Yes.
on one second. Mr. Mayor, I have personal point of privilege. I have a question for the city attorney. This TPS bill, is this going to put us in any kind of sanctuary city status?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you for the record.
Okay, is there a motion on 911?
Yes. This is the second piece of legislation that we have. so-
This was moved to legislation
Yes.
from the.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Okay. I have a motion. Okay. So introduce.
This was one that was moved to legislation. We haven't hit the pull list yet.
We haven't. Yeah. We're
Specifically moved.
We're
to
only dealing
legislation.
with
Your discussion.
Item 911, resolution number R 2025-95, establishing a merchant business association program sponsored by Commissioner Smith. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, to establish a merchant business association creation program to encourage and stimulate economic growth in the city, and authorizing the interim city manager to designate funds to pay for grants to eligible applicants for formation and operation of merchant and industry-based associations, and providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
we need just to start the program, I make a motion, we vote.
I had pulled the item for a reason. I wanted to know, how are we working with the chamber with this? And that's the first part. And I know for economic development, we really have just one staffer who's working economic development. That's why a lot of the ARPA items did not fall through, because she also had those dual roles. So when we have these additional programs, how will staff be able to execute that? I wanted to put that on the record, because we paid the chamber $12,000 a year for them to do such similar programming. So how will that work with what we already have existing?
This is a different program than the chamber does completely. The chamber, the difference is you have to pay to join the chamber. We're going to pay whether you do it by location, 3 blocks in a row, or whether you do it by profession. All the radio station owners, all the dentists, they join a association like a homeowners association, and they put teeth in their needs. So let's say a radio station needs to have a higher antenna, and they keep getting turned down. They get together, all the radio stations, they have a homeowners association, they come before us together to say this is a need for our industry to go forward. And that's what it's all about. And I have to tell you, it's very successful in West Palm Beach, it's very successful in other communities. And we want to start with 6 different developments, and in those 6 developments, hopefully it'll be successful enough, but we want to give each one $1,000 to start their program. And there will be, coming before you, application approval for what has to, they don't just get the money, they have to show us that they are going to have like quarterly meetings and whatever else is going to be involved on that application. And it's it's so successful in West Palm Beach. For $6,000, I really think we need to push that forward here. The chamber can help us if they want to, but it's a whole different thing with the chamber. And I think we have more, even though we only have 1 staff for economic development, this is a way to bring in more funds so we can get more staff. And there's several people, including administration, that are also helping with this.
Okay, Commissioner.
I mean, it's a little wobbly to me. I love businesses, I love the concept, but again, I think that it's not hashed out well. And I wanted to know, how is staff going to be really able to manage this due to manager? I wanted to find out.
Well, I'm very involved, and I have my assistant very involved to start to get together. We already are gathering a list of who has like businesses so we can start to contact them, see who's interested to be the first 6, and get it rolling. And I think it'll stimulate economics in the city.
And does the department have a line item for this moving forward, or how are we going to pay?
To your point, Commissioner Jean, the request will be for you to consider an economic development division that's with more staff that'd be capable to manage not just current programming, but also additional insights that you guys foresee, particularly the Beacon Council and the efforts that they're going to be bringing to the city, initiatives and programming to support workforce development and training. And so that'll be before you as part of the budget. But in terms of this specific program, to Commissioner Smith's point, it's really the associations establishing and managing themselves. The application is simply the process that we oversee. Once they've established themselves and they conduct themselves as their association, we don't really engage in the work, but ensure that they have a voice when they come to the city as a group so that we can address certain issues in either proximities or based on industries.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion.
Yes.
Wait, one more question. I'm sorry. 6,000 a one time or 6,000 a year?
No, one time.
One
To help
time.
them get
Okay.
started
All
with
right. Just wanted
mailing
to make
and
sure.
setting up
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Last piece of legislation, which is traffic calming. Okay, 9.4.
9.4 is now resolution number R, the motion.
No, this
Motion to introduce.
9.9.
No, it's a traffic calming. Wait, have we done the traffic calming? No.
9.4 was
No,
pulled,
no.
right?
I need to work
That's
on.
out your privilege,
Yes,
Mayor.
I need to do traffic calming, please. That is
That's
something.
9.13, right?
Which one is not? Which one's the traffic calming?
913.
913. Please, I want to introduce that. That one is important.
Introduce 9-13.
And we'll finish with that. Yeah.
There's a second?
Okay, I have a.
No, 9.4 we tabled.
Yeah, but like, can we just?
Let's
Yeah.
do
Yeah,
this
traffic
one we're
calming.
doing. Is there a second to 913?
Yeah.
Second.
So this is
Item
the last
913,
yeah.
a resolu 9.13, resolution number R 2025-97, authorizing Public Works to address urgent traffic concerns by implementing certain traffic calming measures, sponsored by the Interim Public Works Director, resolution, City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, to authorize the Public Works Department to address urgent traffic concerns by implementing certain traffic calming measures and providing for conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, providing for an effective date.
Okay.
I make the motion.
You have the last 2 minutes. You sure you don't want to take some time? Because I know this is something you've been really focused on as well as everyone else, but you.
No, I think this is so important to get the ball rolling that we take
No,
the
no.
control here. I make the motion.
Went to 12:25.
But I agreed to forward just 4 items, and that's it. So go on.
I made the motion because I think that we need to have the control here in the city. I make the motion, and I hope it passes unanimously right away.
All right. Please do. You have your time. Go ahead.
Thank
It's the last
you so
item
much.
anyway,
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
I know, I just wanted you guys to explain this on the record. A lot of our residents are freaking out about this emergency where the city can put it in wherever they want, whenever they want. So please, explain that so that we can be at ease with it and we can move this forward faster for the residents who really need it as well. Thank you.
Go ahead. You have your time. This is the last time anyway.
Currently McHenry, Interim Director of Public Works. So real quickly, this is only in the emergency situations where we have a dire need for this because as we've stated earlier, there's no way around it. We have to follow Miami-Dade policy and we have to go through Miami-Dade. So what this does is these documents, once you approve them, we actually still go to the Board of County Commission, right? Because we got to adopt them. So what we're doing now, we're going to update our interlocal agreement with them, and it gives us the right of way now to take these resolutions and action against where there's high traffic accidents. The traffic calming manual gave us criterion for rating where we need traffic calming measures, and where the scoring reaches 2.0 or more, which means high possibility of fatalities, high accidents, more traffic volume, more speeding above the speed limits for residential areas where schools are. So those all indicators that suggest that we now can move forward with the traffic calming measures in light of the fact that we are unable to get 2/3 consensus. Basically, the commission intervenes and says, this is an unsafe area and we have to implement traffic calming measures.
Thank you. So did we vote? We voted for it, right?
Made the motion to vote on it.
I have a second, right?
Yep.
All in favor say aye?
Aye.
The last item, which is 159, because we're going to the county tomorrow on a lot of stuff, so I'd like to get this last item.
Yes, sir. Item
923.
9.23.
159.
Is there a motion to introduce?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
And second. Okay. Item 9.23, resolution number R 2025-107, expressing opposition to the proposed Miami-Dade County 159th Street expansion project, sponsored by Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Sue. Resolution, the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing opposition to the proposed Miami-Dade County road widening project along Northwest 159th Street, raising concerns related to land use, public safety, environmental impact, and community preservation, urging Miami-Dade County to halt further action on the project until full community input is obtained and impacts are adequately addressed, providing for transmittal, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for defect.
All right. Do I have a
Okay.
motion and a second?
Wait, hold on. This is why I pulled it off, because we have some additions and some corrections.
All right,
But I'd
yep,
like to get
yep.
the consensus of the commission and my colleagues first.
All right.
So first of all, there was a change along the northeast, northwest, to add northeast and northwest, because this is the whole street. They strike through until full community input is obtained and impacts are to county solutions. Just cross out that line. And then if you're looking at county solutions to community concerns, adequate addresses, and reflected in the long-range transportation plans. Those are additions. And then the other addition is, whereas the county assured the city of North Miami Beach and residents that the roadway will be maintained with configuration of 2 through lanes and a center turning lane. Also, the addition is, whereas the county intends to acquire portions of the city-owned property to facilitate the roadway expansion, and the city of North Miami Beach does not interpret this acquisition as an endorsement of the 5-lane configuration through residential areas. And the final one is, whereas as of the date of this resolution, the county has not yet amended long-range transportation plan to reflect this modification. And the rest is the same.
All right.
I want to also add on section 2 that we added the word original. The city commission hereby expresses strong opposition to the original proposal.
It's fixed.
I know, but I wanted the public to know because she read in all the other things.
Okay.
All right. That being said, all in favor say
Okay, a motion to amend.
As,
Motion,
as amended.
motion as, yeah,
You have to
I'll
vote on
second
the
it.
amendment first.
motion to amend.
Do I have a motion to amend?
I'm second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Do I have a motion to vote to approve as amended?
As amended.
So
Motion.
moved.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 All right, so now we're gonna close out the meeting. We're gonna move everything to the next meeting. To adjournment. All in favor? Do I have a motion to
When is
adjourn?
next meeting?
So moved.
September 8th?
Yep. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion adjourned. Thank you so very much, folks.
But we do have a budget meeting.
Yeah, we have several budget meetings. Yes.